That's a fact. He said, I've been to one of your parties. He said, yeah, you been to one of our parties, but we never partied. That nigga said, what? He was doing too much. That nigga was doing way too much, shit, G. How? You ever just lay? Man, it's cool to a bitch in here. Open this door. Let it fucking breathe in there. Let me get some air. It's cool to a bitch up in that room. Yo, Dondadas! You just ripped it. Who? Yo, stop doing that, nigga. Stop acting like that, Dada. Like, stop acting like that, GG. I'm gonna tell you that now. Stop farting, nigga. Nah, that's you. Nah, nigga, I opened the door, bro. I ain't fart. a dry door hinge. My shit that sounds like a dead well, nigga. A well that took his last breath. Yo, you ever heard of damn well, nigga? Shit, hold on, nigga. Listen to how my stomach. That's fucking crazy, done. Shit be different. What's good, GG's? What? You never sounded that. You never heard. Look at that. Yo, what? That's a live well, nigga. That wasn't no dead well. That's a live one right there. I think we got a live well. That sounded like an angry. That nigga. Somebody was holding the top of the what? Of the. Somebody was holding the top of where it breathes at, nigga. Just holding it down, nigga. It's not like fucking Marvel. That's different, nigga. Stop fighting the data like that's fucking disgusting, GG. Like real shit. One day your ass gonna fight, you gonna shit on yourself. I'm gonna tell you that much. That's a motherfucking fanny. Why you talking to the dog like? Why you talking to the dog like that? It's a human. So why you gotta bring it outside to shit? Nigga. He could have used the toilet. Sit right there on the toilet, nigga. Shit like a fucking human. You never seen that before? You never seen it? You never seen it done? Nigga, YouTube it. I bet you there's people that got their dog trained like that. You don't gotta see it, nigga. You could dream it, nigga. Hey, what the fuck, nigga? If you could dream it, nigga, it's possible, nigga. If you had a dream that you walked in there, nigga, and you see your dog shitting, nigga, in the bathroom, nigga, it's possible, nigga. Anything's possible. You seen this dog shit in the toilet? I don't know all that now. Now you tripping. I think you went to a whole nother world, nigga. I think they was humans with dog heads. Drive what? A skateboard? Yeah, I seen it. I don't know about staring either.
All right, guys, you are in for a treat today. Really, actually, I'm in for a treat because you know.
Everything you do, don't panic. Everything you do, don't panic. Everything you be, don't panic. Everybody got their own glorious moments, so you're going to achieve them. You know what I'm saying? Everybody going to have their most, you know what I'm saying, their special moments.
Yeah, we already know that that dude was very disrespectful to you. He was starting all kind of stuff with you. You know, I already knew he was going to be dead. He was shooting and killing people. As a matter of fact, if you did something to him, just tell me right now, you finna go home. Matter of fact, in 10 minutes, I'm gonna let you go home.
It all starts with fit. But fit isn't just something you see, it's something you feel.
Just tell me, you killed him, didn't you? I ain't did none at all. Just tell me right now, you finna go home. Matter of fact, in 10 minutes, I'm gonna let you go home. Just tell me, you killed him, didn't you? That's what they saying. Investigators.
Let me see. We ain't. Man, it's chilling. It's chilling. It's cold outside for a pant. That Pink Panther hit different, right?
Yo, we back. We back.
I heard Boosie Manager say they give him 20,000 to go on there, and he said add that up. So if Boosie Manager said he getting 20,000, then where I'm going to get 20,000 to pay Boosie, or where are you going to get 20,000 when we ain't getting but anywhere from 100 to 200,000 views? So we might be getting $2,000. We're going to lose 18,000 in that deal.
Yeah, we on Boss Talk 101. Yeah, we gon'
You know what I mean? You know.
Where butterscotch go? Butterscotch, you back in the party? So you left us. Right, right.
Struggling with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis? Talk to your doctor about number one prescribed.
He fired on him. He fired on him. This nigga butter over here fired on somebody real quick. Nah, I guess he blamed somebody.
Hey, I'm so used to people telling me that I'm basically like sex playing rappers in their faces and that they won't, you know, fucking go for it or whatever, and just to have Brick kind of like switching up the dynamic is much appreciated.
Someone's got to do it.
I got you, bro.
It's a team effort over here. We really do.
I've been your fucking slave and puppet the whole time. Of course, I got you.
That's
What you say, Dada? What'd you say, Kills? I could have heard you. I heard something about Iraq. For real? Oh. Fruitcakes, Dada. What you on, Gigi? What he on, Dada? I fixed that up, baby. I fixed that up, Dada. I think he was talking to you. You knew I was talking to you. He was talking to you, babe. That nigga was calling you. Cause he seen you. He seen your ass. A blind man can see how your hips twerk. Paul, no diddy.
I'm so used to people telling me that I'm basically like sex.
Mama, where's your mom?
Rappers in their faces and that they won't.
Huh? Mama? Where's your mom?
You know, fucking go for it or whatever, and just to have Brick kind of like.
I don't even
switching up
think
the
you ever see the
dynamic is much
hyena.
Someone's got to do it.
Hyena eating a well.
It's a team effort over here. We really do.
I've been your fucking slave and puppet the whole time. Of course, I got you.
That's a narrative, right?
I know.
I don't really get that.
I don't get it either.
Anyone who says that someone's a slave for having a job is someone who probably is. And to me, that's disrespectful to the legacy of slavery in this country.
It's disrespectful on multiple levels, and it's also saying that.
That you're a fucking weirdo. Like,
Straight up.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna say shit like that. I mean, I don't give a fuck about those narratives. That's saying like, oh damn, I wish that I could have been up there. Like, you guys, I went from coming up here not knowing what's going on to you can't say.
Shut up. You went from
gonna start the show with some questions though.
All right, guys, I'm gonna be up.
Hey now, say now, we're coming live from the playgrounds with Flabberby, the Biscuit, the Big Focus, the Well Women Good Dope, you know what I'm saying? And we out here at Gunner's Great Giveaway. My brother took over the South Side for the day. It's a good, great, family-friendly event going on today.
This is going up, the data.
Man, I'm chilling.
Nah, that was 22. 23. Now they going up to 30.
Potential disruption that's going to come about with automation.
Right. I remember Terrence H. Williams would say how he would see older inmates try to. Yo, son, what's up?
Yeah, y'all right now.
Real life.
Diddy gave me Millie in real life. Don't ever disrespect me. You heard that?
Yeah, me. Oh, son, what's up?
Yeah, y'all right now.
Meek looks mad zesty when he says that shit.
Until cough and cold season struck. And so.
I don't know, that is
Diddy gave me
different.
Millie in real life. Don't ever disrespect me. You heard that?
Yeah, me.
We ain't do nothing but go hand. He said, "Call me on my body, I'm a man catching a tantrum."
We ordered last time you came.
Yeah.
You remember the bamboo?
Oh, yeah. This mine too or yours? Put it back in. I'm gonna pick it up. So we get upstairs. Who phone got lost? Let me see if I left my phone in the back. I got it. Huh? Yeah, yep. Hey, Carter, take this quick one right here.
It's got that new thing. It's going crazy.
Go ahead, man. 300 on my neck. Right. This the green face right here. You don't really be having that. They ain't got that.
That nigga Meek is zesty as hell. What happened, my man?
The Cuisinart air fryer toaster oven is your pick.
Where do you know I'm on that? Put it, see on your mom's. Put it on the Bible. On the Bible on and off on that. On the Bible on his hand. Oh, you be lying, bro. On the Bible on and off. Other phone is that?
Who's saying here the truth? So funny. So what's so funny? Oh, that's what's so funny.
When we go back to November 5th, 2020.
That's what's so funny. This guy, Gazzetti. The truth. Uh-huh.
2023 North American Teen Vehicle of the Year.
When we go back to November 5th,
Yeah, act like
2020,
what?
like, what was that day feeling like for you?
I just thought it was gonna be a regular day, like it always be. But every day, things went wrong. We got through life, slowly got through life. And I mean, I guess I'm really thought about. A lot of more people say they got shot about.
It's been almost a week since rapper King Von was shot and killed in Atlanta. His death has been a trending topic ever since then. Right now, GBI and APD are both investigating different segments of this case, leading to the arrest of two more people. Police say 26-year-old rapper King Von, whose real name is Devon Bennett, was one in 6 people shot last Friday near Trinity Avenue. Investigators say King Von and 34-year-old Mark Blakely both died after a shootout between two groups of men. The police say the arrest of 22-year-old Timothy Leaks completes the investigation into King Von's murder. But they have not said who was responsible for Blakely's death and for shooting the other victims. In a previous interview, APD says two officers responded to the altercation and both fired their weapons, but they didn't know yet if they shot or injured anyone.
We know that they're fired and there's a high probability, but we want to be a big shoot.
I'm just saying from what I know.
How was Von acting that day? Was he acting being himself or was he acting abnormal?
One will always be itself, but I don't know. It just seemed like a regular day. I don't know if it seemed like a regular day to him, but I thought it was just gonna be a regular day. But evidently, it went south. And I almost lost my life. Two people already lost their life, so.
Louis, what you went through is really unimaginable. And I know that there was probably some nights that you probably wondered if you could make it through.
Today, we journey into the heart of Chicago's South Side, to a place called Old Block. This isn't just any neighborhood, it's a place with a notorious reputation, known for its gangs, its violence, its shadows. But can a place with such a heavy past ever change, especially now, with recent events throwing everything into uncertainty? Let's dive in, no diddy, and try to untangle this complex world.
I'm just trying to get back. Come on, man, y'all gotta give me up there so I can say what I'm finna say, man.
Iris, she's the truth, she came through.
You think I'm playing, but I'm not playing. Okay, I'm at 280, 279. Y'all gotta give me up there.
For those unfamiliar, O Block is synonymous with the Black Disciples gang. This isn't about petty crime, this is serious. Organized violence that has left deep scars in the community. The history here is rarely complicated. The roots of O Block are intertwined with the history of Chicago's gangs. They're inseparable. Now, with the recent arrest of O Block leading in Atlanta for murder, a fugitive caught in the act, it feels like a pivotal moment. It's as if the entire situation has reached a boiling point. Can such a cycle of crime and retribution ever be broken? And then there's King Von. You can't discuss O Block without mentioning him. A rising star in the rap scene and a significant figure in the community. His death in 2020 was a devastating blow.
King Von is still very important.
Yeah, because I drink it when I need it. Now I gotta drink juice. Then I gotta drink juice. I need a soda.
I'm sorry for what you had to go through in terms of not only what happened to you, but essentially your friend.
It's getting chilly in here. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Slutty getting killed that same night. And then also subtract getting shot in the legs. It is just a worst possible situation.
It wasn't just King
Yeah,
Von
fam.
that night. O-Block member Slutty was also fatally shot, and O-Block Louie was shot in the head by police, but survived. These events were like a catalyst, pushing the community further into turmoil.
You know, the type of surgeries you guys you had to do, those weren't like broken fingers or, a broken leg. This is
North, south, east, west, and the
Mm-hmm.
Smooth, sophisticated feel, refined look. But these napkins aren't just elegant, they're surprisingly affordable, making them perfect for breakfast, or dinner, or breakfast for dinner. Vanity Fair, elevate every day.
Spaceships over Los Angeles. Body snatchers.
What's you cleaning, color?
ETs making contact.
What you cleaning?
These and other alien-based scenarios have been the plot lines of countless science fiction movies and television shows.
What's that, baby?
What if extraterrestrial beings came to Earth tomorrow? Would they signal
Clean this down?
of a new age of peace and prosperity, or trigger a war of the worlds?
The day that it's announced we're not alone is the day that this planet changes forever.
The very structures of government and the very structures of religion will crumble.
Everybody wants to meet an alien. But we have to start small. We have to learn how to walk before we can run.
Millions of people
There's no
around
God.
the world believe we have been visited in the past by
Well, the space, the
extraterrestrial
Big Bang,
beings.
the higher energy.
What if it were
Look like
true?
there. But this thing will crumble.
Ancient aliens really helped to shape our history. And if so, what might happen when they return?
Oh yeah? Which ones? What kind of Jaguar?
Throughout human history, man has gazed up at the stars in awe and with wonder. Our ancient ancestors charted their movements, identified constellations, and marked time by creating celestial-based calendars.
Okay, what else?
The stars also became the source of countless myths and legends. Many of these describe visitors coming down to Earth.
It is different than the rest,
out
right?
there. Others speak of entire civilizations existing out in the cosmos.
The ancient Sanskrit writings of India tell us, for example, there are 400,000 human-like species scattered throughout the cosmos in different planets, different solar systems, even different dimensions.
But where are these alien beings?
Right in front of us,
Towards
still
the
over there.
past, as the ancient astronaut theory suggests, and then leave. If so, will they ever come back? Today, Scientists around the world have stopped waiting around and are taking steps to find intelligent extraterrestrial life. Will technology finally be able to prove what our ancient ancestors believed thousands of years ago? In 1960, astronomer and physicist Frank Drake set up an unusual telescope in the hills of West Virginia. The strange device was made from surplus World War II radar equipment. But rather than containing a traditional optical lens, it housed a directional radio antenna.
A few simple calculations showed that radio telescopes have the power to transmit and receive across literally interstellar distances. We're talking many light years. So Frank Drake turned a radio telescope on a couple of nearby stars and tuned in to see if he could pick up a message from the aliens. So this was a sort of crazy thing to do.
Drake failed to pick up any sounds that day, but the science of radio astronomy was born. If we couldn't see aliens in space, maybe we could hear them.
Mm-hmm.
Things we focused on in the past for searching for extraterrestrial life is really passively trying to discover signals on the basis that if they were technologically advanced, they would have some form of electricity like we do, and all electricity generates radiation. And it sends out the signals and hopefully we detect it.
In 1961, Frank Drake and a group of astronomers
Damn, done. Niggas actually made it. Niggas making it.
Called SETI. The search.
Yo, how was them burgers, Dundada? Y'all just need a chair.
Their goal was to focus massive radio telescopes towards space and listen. Drake estimated the probability that intelligent life existed out in the universe in a formula that became...
I know that cheese, that natural cheese man is way
The
different.
Drake equation is like a bridge between scientists and non-scientists because it explains what you would want to know to give a number
Of natural
how
cheese?
common alien life could be.
There are multiple factors within the Drake equation, like the fraction of stars that can have planets, and the fraction of those planets that could be habitable, and the fraction of those that might have liquid water, and how many could have evolved intelligent life. And then one important factor is the lifetime of those civilizations, and that is a big unknown. We only know of one, that's ourselves. And how long are we going to be around? That's to be determined.
Using his equation,
Drake
estimated that over 100 million advanced civilizations could
Your
exist
favorite sauce.
in just the Milky Way galaxy.
Your favorite sauce.
SETI presupposes that
I'm gonna give you like $10 for Christmas.
civilization capable of traveling that's developed electronics, they have a fingerprint. That fingerprint is a repetitive signal.
Matter of fact, get you the cheese maker, Dundada.
Noise, junk
The real cheese maker.
but a real attempt at
You know what I'm
communicating, maybe not with us, but with each other.
On August 15,
Make them fresh.
1977, astronomer Dr. Jerry Eman was working on a SETI project at Ohio State University, where he recorded an intermittent signal coming from the direction of the constellation Sagittarius. The signal lasted 72 seconds before being lost. Eman believed that it was of extraterrestrial origin. But despite repeated searches and increasingly larger telescopes, the signal has never again been detected. But what if SETI intercepts a transmission from another world? What would happen next? According to SETI's post-detection protocols, once an extraterrestrial radio signal is confirmed, news of the event should be kept secret until the authorities have been notified. The government will then decide whether or not to try and make contact.
I think all bets are off, because here is this message. It could contain enormously important information that would transform our society and maybe destabilize it. What is it going to mean for the future of our civilization? These are momentous questions.
SETI continues to scan the vicinities of nearby stars for artificially produced signals using several of the world's largest telescopes. In the next several years, when it becomes fully operational, SETI's new Allen telescope array will allow for the reconnaissance of up to 1 million stars.
SETI has to search a huge, huge area. They'll tell you that now they have searched the equivalent of like a glass of water compared to the entire ocean on Earth. They have a long way to go.
While SETI listens passively to signals from outer space, NASA has attempted to contact alien life directly through messages sent aboard its space probes.
It's a long shot, but there's no reason, in my mind, not to expect that life evolved elsewhere. What's harder to predict or try and understand is how likely is it that it happened close enough that there'd be someone we could actually communicate with.
In 1972, NASA agreed to attach small plaques onto the outside of its twin Pioneer space probes, the first human-built objects destined to leave our solar system. NASA contacted Cornell University professor Dr. Carl Sagan to craft the message.
Carl Sagan was one of the most active astronomers in the search for life outside our planet. He was a very prominent scientist, he was an excellent astronomer, and he really did a lot to help us understand how we might contact other life or detect life elsewhere in the universe.
Sagan, along with SETI founder Frank Drake, designed a gold anodized aluminum plaque measuring roughly 6 by 9 inches that contained a collection of symbolic images representing humans and Earth.
The man and the woman were nude, and the gentleman was holding one arm up like this, and it was intended to be a sign of greeting.
A schematic design of the solar system was also shown, with the planned trajectory of the Pioneer spacecraft marked on it, and a diagram of 14 pulsar stars around the sun made a chart that might help someone work out where the craft originated.
We tried to give them an idea of where we're located. And that's an interesting problem, is to figure out how you would tell someone where you're located in space, because you don't know where they're going to find it. And it was all in a very stylistic design.
I know there's more people in the world.
At least some of these ideas.
In the galaxy.
5 years later, in 1977,
I knew it.
Dr. Sagan
there was
a second
aliens.
chance at designing an interstellar message when NASA agreed to attach another one to the Voyager space probes. This time, Sagan created a record album made of gold-plated copper, along with a series of basic instructions in how to make it work. Sagan estimated that the metallic disc could survive in space for at least 1 billion years.
One of the challenges with technology is trying to figure out one that can do what you want. So here you want to encode audio and even some video images, but do it in a way that almost any other technologically advanced society could figure out. And the advantage of a record player is it's both mechanical and electrical. The grooves are obvious. And so they actually put on the cover instructions on how to play it.
The recording included a wide variety of sounds. A baby's cry, wind, surf and rain, animal noises, as well as classical and cultural music from around the world. One interesting song selection was Chuck Berry's rock and roll hit, Johnny Be Good.
Music is a good choice because almost anything vibrates and makes sound. So I would bet that almost any culture would develop music. I believe it's Bach who gets the most time on the record. I don't know why they picked that, to be honest, but he is one of the more mathematical composers, and that may have been one of the reasons, because math is a more universal language.
Sagan also included a wide array of photographs of well-known man-made structures and greetings in 55 different languages.
I think the most important one is the Sumerian language. Now, why would they include Sumerian on that record? Well, according to the ancient alien theory, ancient Sumeria is the first place where we made contact with an extraterrestrial entity.
I knew that. I knew that. I fucking knew it.
At this point, We obviously haven't learned anything yet about extraterrestrial life because we haven't been contacted back. But I think for our own purposes,
Taylor was
anytime
right.
you try and go and figure out how you want to communicate something, it pushes your boundaries and understanding of communication itself.
We all want to find aliens, whether it's the planetary scientists looking for signs of life on another distant planet, whether it's the ancient alien proponents who want to find signs of life of aliens who have visited in the past, and whether it's people today who want to have experiences with UFOs and aliens. All of us are trying to do the same thing.
While the search for extraterrestrial beings continues, a new space-based telescope is hunting for planets that may contain life. Are there other Earths out there? And if so, how will we find them? On March 6, 2009, NASA launched a Delta II rocket into space. On board was a new telescope, named in honor of German astronomer Johann Kepler. The space-based telescope was designed specifically to discover the existence of Earth-like planets located outside our own solar system. The Kepler search is focused on a specific section of the Milky Way, known as Orion's Spur.
Kepler's job is to answer the question, how common are other Earths? And to do this, Kepler's looking at one part of the sky for 3.5 years. Imagine like keeping your eyes open and staring at just one.
And what they're doing is they're looking at stars, and then as a planet goes around that star, when the planet gets in front of the starlight dims just a little bit from our vantage point because it's being blocked by the planet. And so you look for that dimming of those stars, and then that's how you're able to detect these planets.
So far, the Kepler telescope has confirmed the existence of 5 planets outside our own solar system. NASA officials expect to find several hundred more exoplanets like these before their mission is completed. Once a planet has been located, scientists must then determine if it might contain water.
We know from Earth that all life on Earth requires liquid water. So that is the approach that we've been taking for looking for life elsewhere in the universe. Follow the water. And so that is the step one.
On Earth, wherever we find liquid water, we find life. And it's true. Life on Earth can exist under an extraordinary range of conditions. Extreme
It's life on the moon, ain't no water on the moon.
And the scalding effluent coming out of the Earth's crust deep beneath the ocean. There are other remarkable organisms living in vesicles and nuclear reactors in extreme radiation environments and so on. But the one thing that seems to be absolutely necessary for life as we know it is liquid water.
To determine if a planet contains water and possibly life, scientists use special telescopes to analyze its atmosphere.
We look at the light coming from the planet, and we split that light up, like a rainbow. Now, if you look at a rainbow in the sky and you look really, really carefully, you will see some dark lines. You'll see some colors missing from the rainbow. And those colors are missing because of absorption by gases in Earth's atmosphere. So effectively, we're getting a rainbow from another planet, and we're looking for dark lines that tell us what kind of gases are in the atmosphere.
To better understand how life affects its atmosphere, NASA scientists study microbial mats at California's Moss Landing Wildlife Area.
Microbial mats are important to NASA for a whole bunch of reasons. The organisms that are in microbial mats have been on Earth just about longer than any other kind of organism. They make a number of things which we call biomarkers, which are important in our search for life on other planets. So there are textural biomarkers. So when you pull up a piece of microbial mat and look at the surface, what does that look like? But one of the things that we're doing with these microbial mats is we're measuring the fluxes of methane. Methane is a gas that's produced by certain kinds of organisms that use the organic matter that's in these mats. And when that methane goes into our atmosphere, it can be detected by other missions, such as Terrestrial Planet Finder is one of NASA's concept missions for looking for gases that are produced by life on exoplanets.
We can look for the signature of oxygen or water on a planet, and at least that would give us an idea of life forms like ourselves, the ones that are carbon-based and use oxygen and carbon dioxide cycles. Our atmosphere is not stable without living organisms. It would have evaporated away by now. And so if you're looking out in space and you detect around a star a signature of the chemicals that we know exist for life, that's very strong evidence that life is there. Now, it doesn't help you know if it's intelligent life, but it does give you an evidence for life.
With a universe literally full of possibilities, planet hunters focus their search on an area they call a Goldilocks zone.
The Goldilocks zone for planets is the place where a planet is not too hot, not too cold, but just the right temperature for life. Right now, we know of no planets like Earth in a Goldilocks zone. One planet comes close. It's called Gliese 581d. But we're not entirely sure if that planet is really in the Goldilocks zone or not.
In recent years, it's been recognised that there's more than one Goldilocks zone. For example, there could be life inside icy planetesimals, these like small planets or large moons. It's liquid beneath an ice cap. It's liquid underneath because of tidal heating and friction going on inside the planet. So it could be
you want to call my nails?
life, microbial probably only, deep down under the ice on Europa.
It's a very challenging question.
If you gonna do it wrong, I don't need you to do it. Because last time you honestly thing, and the knuckle was right there. Those are little. You need the big ones.
We have to ask the right questions.
Last time you didn't want
I
to
had a
do it.
tricorder that I could just go and like point and would say life or no life. Right? We
All
don't have
Star.
that. So we have to
Hey,
be
All
smart,
Star,
we
how
have to
you
be
doing?
clever, and we have to develop instruments that can actually address the questions we're trying to answer.
It's inevitable.
Look
There's
at
so many
that
planets
thing
out there. It's inevitable that we'll find one in the Goldilocks zone any day.
But while the Kepler telescope has only just begun scanning the horizon, NASA is already planning the next step in its search for extraterrestrial life. The 2014 launch of the James Webb Space Telescope.
People always ask me, do you expect to find an Earth in your lifetime? And I say, yes, absolutely.
When I was a student, there was almost nobody prepared to argue that way. The feeling back in the 60s and 70s was that even if there were other Earth-like planets, life is such an improbable freak event that it would never ever happen anywhere else. Now the prevailing view is, yes, the universe is teeming with life.
Everybody wants to meet an alien. But we have to start small. We have to learn how to walk before we can run.
The fascinating thing for me is that we're only 4.5 billion years old in a universe
you ready?
that's close to 14 billion years old. What would happen with some of these Earth-like planets that had a 5 or 10 billion year head start on us?
Mama, you could come more.
Gosh, you can only imagine.
You could.
But what if humans are not the only
No, it's not.
intelligent creatures
I just
searching
told
for
you.
life in the universe?
Well, make sure you cut them right, because look at these is actually mad long.
Search of their own. And what if, in their search, they find us?
This is
before
all about the closet,
we
huh?
find them? Some believe they already have. On October 30th, 1938, radio listeners across the United States sat stunned as a series of news bulletins described Martians invading Earth.
Martians to the midnight, falling all over the country. This is the end now.
While the broadcast sounded real, it was a fictional
You're gonna
production.
you're gonna pick up Ray Ray?
And narrated by Orson Welles. Incredibly, many of those
You gonna pick up Ray Ray,
listening
Killer?
believed it to be true and panicked. Newspaper reports described families fleeing their homes for the mountains, while others armed themselves with weapons and prepared to fight off the alien invaders.
it was just presented maybe with a brief introduction saying it was not really happening. But from then on, it was played as if it was really happening. Well, most people who heard that thought that it was really happening.
People became upset. Some of those
You cut this
headed for the hills. They drove places
Cut
to
it more.
try to pick up other people, family and friends. They reported to the armory for duty.
The response to this fictional alien attack resulted in many people preparing for the worst. But if the public's reaction to a radio
That's kinda how you want. I just
dramatization resulted in a nationwide wave of terror, what would happen if they really came?
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, I know, but you still gotta cut this like this. This is how you do it.
In the
Bam.
early months of 1942,
See? That's a
the
good.
city was on
That's
edge.
good like that.
The recent surprise attack on Pearl Harbor had propelled America into World War II. And the threat of a Japanese invasion, by sea or by air, kept the military on full alert.
I remember Rival fucked around and got my nose,
was
my
a very
toenails
recent
clipped.
memory for people.
Oh, look at
People
this one.
were in high
It's
alert.
stabbing into your
There was
skin.
a great deal of suspicion.
Yeah,
Japanese Americans
yeah,
were
you
in
see?
internment camps.
I gotta watch
There
it.
were German
I gotta
U-boats
watch
in the
it. Look
Atlantic,
at.
Japanese
Look
submarines.
at. I won't get hurt.
And people were very fearful.
That's why you gave to my toenails so you can show up.
In a well-organized defense operation,
Yeah, I can get injured like that.
Raid wardens and the Coast Guard were monitoring the Pacific shoreline as never before.
Take a picture.
The war has started.
You, so you can
I
show
was
up.
a 13-year-old kid.
Cause that shit actually, that's the best example. That shit goes into your skin. When that shit grows into your skin, I can get an infection in my toe.
1942.
I get an infection in my toe. When I grow older, I'm probably gonna fucking thing. That's gonna be my downfall.
Wow. So deep that
We'd had
is.
several blackouts before this.
Look at how deep it
On
actually is.
February
Yeah.
25th, between the hours of 3:12 and
That's
4:15
crazy.
a.m.,
That's
the
crazy.
Coast Artillery Brigade in Los Angeles
Yo.
fired off a
That's
barrage
just
of
deep.
anti-aircraft shells at an unidentified flying object.
Watchers on the rooftop of the Columbia Broadcasting Building in the heart of Hollywood could plainly see the flashes of guns and searchlights shooting the skies in a wide arc along the coastal area.
I think what woke me up initially was the sound of anti-aircraft guns. I jumped out of bed, and my parents were up. My father was an air raid warden. He figured this has to be the real thing.
My mother was telling my brother and I, get under the bed, stay there. Of course, we got out and we peeked. There was all this.
He puts it in the front and then moves it to the back.
I started hearing a lot of loud explosions. My brother and I looked out the bedroom window, saw searchlights whistling through the sky.
But what was the strange UFO that the searchlights were focused on? Where had it come from? Japan? Or somewhere from out of this world? Could this incredible photograph, published the next morning in the Los Angeles Times, provide the proof? Could ancient astronaut theorists have been right all along?
Was practically overhead, and I mean overhead.
Retired anthropology professor C. Scott Littleton was 9 years old and growing up in Hermosa Beach when he spotted the strange object hovering right over his house.
It was black under your
We saw
toenail.
what my mother
It's
always
what?
called a silver bug.
So?
I characterize
That's on my
it today as a
Stop.
lozenge, a long oval. It was something I'll never ever forget. It was caught in searchlight beams, and anti-aircraft shells were exploding all around it.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
It
This right here is
gradually
crazy. Look at that
went
shit.
like this.
Look at
and
that
then
shit.
began to
I gotta
lose
keep my shit
altitude
cut.
a little bit
That's just gonna
as
actually
it
think.
moved over what
Wow, look, you said you wanted to cut my nails, yo. Oh my god. I didn't even feel that. That shit was actually about to grow into mine. I would have needed surgery.
We all saw a flight of planes following the track of the object, going overhead, anywhere from 3 to 5 interceptors, clearly piston-driven U.S. planes.
Maybe.
No one has ever admitted.
Not like this one though. This one was about to actually start growing. The skin started to grow in the nail. Look at that shit.
It was a Japanese observation plane.
Look at that shit.
Later, the Japanese records definitively proved there were no Japanese planes over Southern California that night or indeed ever.
After ruling out the possibility that a Japanese plane had invaded American airspace, Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox attributed the incident to war nerves. But Secretary of War Henry Stimson quickly refuted this explanation, defensively declaring that an actual aircraft had been the target of the assault. To this day, no one seems to know just what or who was hovering over Los Angeles that night. Some claim that the Los Angeles air raid was nothing more than an elaborate training exercise, a show put on by the military to keep citizens on the ready in case of a real attack. Others alleged that the unidentified
mine now actually almost grew on my toe.
A barrage balloon that had broken loose from its tether.
That's fucking nuts.
Even that explanation doesn't seem credible to those who witnessed the actual event.
The one place where there were barrage balloons that were anchored above the aircraft plants in El Segundo in Douglas, North America, it would have to have slipped its tether, floated north up to the Santa Monica Mountains, and then back down this way. Barrage balloons don't maneuver like that.
Regardless of the controversy, one fact is undisputed. An estimated 14,000 shells were fired at the strange object, and shrapnel rained from the sky for over an hour. But what were the guns aimed at? Would the Army really have put civilian lives in danger for a drill?
Major panic. 6 people got killed due to car accidents and hit by falling shrapnel.
Why would he try to kill so many Jewish people?
Said he witnessed a piece of shrapnel.
Like, that is crazy. Why would he try to kill so many people?
Some damage from falling shrapnel.
The next morning, there was something in our backyard. My mother told me to go roll up. It was like a tarp or something. And when I bent down or kneeled down in the grass, I cut my knee, and I have my piece of shrapnel. I've kept it all these years. Here's my shrapnel, and it's very sharp.
By a process of elimination, the most efficient, and I say this as a scholar, the most efficient explanation is that it was what we would call today a UFO. Something not of this world, something that belonged to another technology. If that's true, then this event was one of the largest mass UFO sightings in history. Over 1 million people saw it.
But whether it was a UFO or not, the memories remain vivid for those who saw something in the sky that night. So vivid, in fact, that many of them gather each year at Fort MacArthur in San Pedro, California, to reenact this mysterious event.
Stadiumville?
The city went crazy. They thought it was we were being attacked by Japanese planes. Some theories said weather balloon. Others said, oh, I saw a plane. I know I saw a plane. And others say, no such plane.
Back then, it was a scary thing. I think to this day, that's what they're firing at. Was it weather balloon or flying saucers?
But for those who believe they saw an alien craft that night, one important question remains. What happened to it?
The rumor is that it finally crashed in the water and was recovered by Navy divers. So maybe it was wounded and it crashed, and this might explain why the military was so quick to react to Roswell 5 years later, because they may already have had at least some inkling of what they would find there.
Was Earth really visited by an alien spacecraft on the morning of February 25th, 1942? And could the global threats posed by World War II have provided a trigger? Perhaps the idea is not as far-fetched as some would think. Is it possible that alien spacecraft could have been mistaken for enemy fighter planes in Adolf Hitler's Germany? In his 1993 book, The Gods of Eden, author William Branley theorized that extraterrestrials played a part in nearly every catastrophe in human history, and have even used war as a means to control the growth of the human population.
My toe was growing into my nigga. My toe was just growing into my skin, nigga. My toenail was growing into my skin, bro.
There is one thing on which they agree.
Underneath my toe, like it went around my toe, and it was growing into my skin.
Always
That's crazy.
During wartime.
Yeah.
In times of war,
I know that. Look at that shit.
Civilizations are in conflict.
Look at that shit. That shit was in my skin all the way down here.
In your skin, you don't realize that? You don't feel that?
Nah, I didn't feel it that time. Fucking on my fucking thing, right? Look at that shit. Look at it, seriously.
Attribute these alleged sightings to war nerves or stress. Those who believe in UFOs find the number of instances hard to dismiss. When World War II broke out in September of 1939, there were numerous reports of unidentified flying objects spotted over Hitler's Germany. Although the term UFO had not yet been coined, the Allies believed the bogies, as they were then known, were new fighter planes being developed by the Nazis. But the first combat bomber jets, the German Messerschmitt Me-262, weren't deployed by the German Air Force until 1943.
It certainly doesn't escape notice just how advanced the Nazi propulsion systems and their aeronautics technology really was. They had the first operational jet fighter to see combat.
My toes feel wet now.
They were building and test flying aircraft that look incredibly similar to UFOs that are reported even today. They had greatly advanced rocket technology. There have long been rumors about Nazi projects to build aircraft using UFO technology.
At the end of the 19th century, there was Aleister Crowley, H.G. Wells, Bram Stoker, who wrote Dracula, and Jules Verne, who wrote From Earth to the Moon. They were in a society called the Golden Dawn. In that society, they actually believed in the existence not only of UFOs, but extraterrestrials. That culture influenced Hitler in the late 1920s, early into the 1930s. In looking for the origins of the Aryan race, they went all the way to India and the Vedic texts, which talk about UFOs. So Hitler, in his own way, was a UFO believer and sought to develop his own version of a UFO based on the Vedic texts to have a dramatic Wunderwaffe, a wonder weapon that would end the war.
Although the Nazis never developed this so-called wonder weapon, reports of strange flying machines in German airspace continued throughout the war. But just what was it that the Allied pilots were reporting?
In the 1940s, as waves of American bombers were literally obliterating German cities, Dresden, Hamburg, Berlin. In these raids, American fighter pilots saw these balls of light coming at their planes. They didn't know what they were. They thought they were German secret weapons at first, so they called them Foo Fighters. The word "fin" in French is fire, and these were balls of fire coming out. So, instead of Fear Fighters, they were Foo Fighters.
They were seen in large numbers over Germany and over Western Europe, where they were described variously as structured craft or simply balls of light.
It was so important at the time that the military began to notice it, and they began to investigate these things. There are hundreds of cases. None
about to clear
seem
you.
to be very harmful to planes.
They're about to
But
pop,
they were
pop,
all
pop,
over
pop,
the
pop,
place.
pop, 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 pop.
When the Foo Fighters appeared, Allied aircraft would sometimes experience mechanical failure. And perhaps most mystifying of all was that some pilots reported flying right through the UFOs, as if they had no mass.
What the heck?
It was never discovered what the Foo Fighters were or where they came from. But the theory that they were some sort of German
moving the
secret
bed around?
weapon was widely accepted among
You moving the
Allied
bed around,
pilots
Harry?
at the time. But could the Third Reich have
I
possessed
like him.
technology
I'm gonna do it
more
later.
advanced than even our most modern aircraft? Some believe what the Nazis had developed was an advanced mechanism that scientists are still working on today. Mercury-powered.
You gotta move on that anyway. What the heck? You gotta move on them clothes and shit, so what you
This
talking about?
involves Mercury being in a closed system. Like a glass ball. Once that Mercury becomes spinning in a gyroscopic manner within a closed system, that creates a lift. Electrified lift, it's also a very bright light. And in fact, many UFOs are described as exactly that. Towards the end of World War II, the Germans started producing massive amounts of mercury. And in fact, a number of the U-boats that were later sunk, one was sunk near Singapore, another in Norway, only a few years ago they actually found it, and its entire cargo was mercury. What the few historians have actually written about Foo Fighters, and which is still apparently a secret today, is that they were a kind of mercury plasma ball, and the purpose of the Foo Fighters was to make a highly pulsed magnetic charge and field around the bombers, which would then cut out the engines and interfere with the electrical systems in the planes.
Could Foo Fighters really have been based on extraterrestrial technology? If so, where did the Germans get it? UFO theorists point to the discovery of a flying saucer that allegedly crashed in the Black Forest near Freiburg, Germany in 1936. Some believe German scientists repaired the craft to test its energy and propulsion systems, and through reverse engineering were able to replicate some of these so-called alien technologies.
Did the Nazis take this craft, and was there some sort of a pact that happened there? Did the Nazis, did they retrieve bodies? It's hard to pin down how much they had. Was there contact?
There's always been that theory that they had captured craft and that they were reverse engineering it.
No, they ain't gonna be packed.
They were truly way more advanced than any culture at the time.
So,
thank God for the American know-how.
Plaza don't
We
got
were
no more
combating
room.
them with our own kind of knowledge and technology as well.
So leave everything easy to get to.
There was an exercise mounted by the Americans called Operation Paperclip. The Allies had been confronted with all this amazing technology from Germany. The jet engines, airplanes, the rocket engine airplanes, all these amazing devices. To give you an example of some of the material that was collected by Operation Paperclip, right at the end of the war, von Braun and his team had begun designing multi-stage rockets capable of reaching the United States. They also had plans for a space station, a classic circular sci-fi space station, and on this they had a huge sunlight collector and mirror that was designed to focus sunlight down on the Earth as a kind of death ray. There were all these wild ideas coming out of that team that turned it into a very valuable coup for the United States. Ultimately, it was von Braun who built the Saturn V rocket that took people to the moon.
What? What is that?
The story of the World War II Foo Fighters, much like that of the Battle of Los Angeles, has been largely forgotten or dismissed by traditional historians. But an event that happened just 2 years after the war had even the skeptics wondering, what if aliens really did exist? And could one of their craft have crashed to Earth? Mainstream archaeologists have long rejected the notion that extraterrestrial beings had a hand in creating the pyramids of Egypt. Theologians and religious scholars refute the idea that stories of the Bible or the Mahabharata could be describing alien encounters. And governments throughout history have officially denied reports that the Earth has been visited by flying saucers. But on July 8, 1947, a UFO sighting was reported that even the United States government had trouble denying. Why? Because this time, the report was issued by the U.S. Army.
I'm walking on the Foster Ranch between Corona and Roswell, New Mexico, not far from what is called the debris field right over that hill. And that debris field refers to headlines back in July of 1947 about a disc, one of those mysterious UFOs, actually crashing right out here.
One night in early July 1947, a major thunderstorm rolled across New Mexico. The next morning, rancher Mac Brazel went out to check on the damage.
Mac Brazel went out to make sure everything was where it was supposed to be, and he came across this really extensive area of debris, stuff he had never seen before. He brought it to the local sheriff's office. In 1947, Roswell was home to Roswell Army Airfield. The sheriff called the base sent Major Jess Marcel, and at that point it basically became a military site as they gathered up every bit of debris they could find.
In their initial report, Army officials made a vague claim of having started the recovery of the debris sometime last week. But why didn't the Army report their findings right away? And why were they so ambiguous about the timeline?
Now, one of the biggest things we have is the newspaper of July 8, 1947, where Colonel Blanchard issued a order to Lieutenant Walter Haught, who was the information officer, saying basically we have in our possession a flying saucer. It's being taken to Fort Worth to hire.
The comfortable pad.
Roswell was a real turning point for ufology. I think that was because the military for the first time admitted that they had a crash disk. And because it was admitted at the time, of course, it caused a sensation.
On July 9th, General Ramey issued a press release saying, no, it was a weather balloon. And that started the best documented UFO cover-up ever.
Army officials referred to the debris as being part of a flying disc. Internal memos even referenced the crash site as having victims. So why, less than 24 hours later, did they suddenly decide that what they had retrieved was nothing more than a weather balloon? Although Blanchard and Ramey stuck by the revised story, Lieutenant Haught stood by the contents of his initial report his entire life. And those who believe him think modern technology may have recently provided the irrefutable evidence they have been looking for.
When Major Marcel took the debris to Fort Worth, and General Ramey spread it out to give his press conference that it was a weather balloon. There was a picture taken, and in his hand is a piece of paper. And it's a very little piece of paper. I mean, and this has been blown up, and it is a memo. There's a leading researcher in the field who is pulling the words out of this. And they include things like team at Fort Worth, forwarded victims of the wreck, pod or pan. And so every year that the technology improves, General Ramey may be the one to solve it.
Bob Wood, a researcher in UFOs, had received leaked documents in 1996 and shared them with me and a few others. This document, called the Interplanetary Phenomena Unit, with a War Department stamp dated July 22nd, 1947. The most disturbing aspect of this investigation was that there were other bodies found not far from Landing Zone 1, the Mac Brazel site between Corona and Roswell, that looked as if they had been dissected as you would a frog. It does not define, were those bodies human, were those bodies non-human. But suddenly, for me, this electric jolt that came into holding that document and reading at the end of the 90s what would explain finally that our government knew that extraterrestrial biological entities from somewhere else in the cosmos was interacting with our planet for a very long time.
5 years after Roswell, the United States Air Force coined the term unidentified flying object, or UFO. In the decades since, thousands of UFOs have been reported, photographed, and videotaped all over the world.
Oh my God. Perhaps one of the biggest, most revolutionary pieces of technology to change our view of UFOs and flying saucers is the video cam.
Whoa, I'm getting a series of lights right there. I got it.
You only have to look at what happened in Phoenix, Arizona in March of 1997 when these huge flying boomerangs right across Phoenix, right through the whole valley, heading south to the Mexico border. These were all caught on cameras. Network news caught these. Local news caught these. You saw these on CNN. You saw these on Larry King.
Oh, there it is, over the left.
And yes, people call them flares. Of course they did. But the fact is, when you see something with your own eyes...
Look, dude, Pat, you got it?
Even if it's on a video camera, suddenly your perspective changes.
And that middle one is moving quick. It's only in the beginning, you guys.
So now, according to recent polls, Gallup polls and Roper polls, well over 50% of Americans believe that flying saucers exist. And close to 50% believe that the government knows that flying saucers exist and that the government is hiding that fact.
But why so many UFO sightings after Roswell? Is it a coincidence? Or is the world's growing belief in aliens providing comfort for those who might previously have been too afraid of ridicule to come forward? Perhaps there is another reason. Perhaps there are more sightings because there is a genuine increase in alien visitations. Ever since the dawn of the space age.
There have been plenty of stories of UFOs and aliens prior to that, a lot of sightings. They weren't as widely reported, somewhat also because World War II had been going on prior to that. But because now we had a crash and there was more room in the newspaper, so to speak, I think that really helped the subject take off.
If, as some suggest, aliens from other worlds truly are among us and have done their best to keep themselves hidden for thousands of years, will they ever reveal their presence? More importantly, what happens if they do? And what if it is already happening?
88, not bad. What'd you
In
say?
March 2010, a mysterious pulsating light floated over Cleveland, Ohio for 11 consecutive nights.
We're having a sighting right now over the lake. I'm going to say 270 degrees south. There are two objects. One is coming up from the left. These are extremely close to each other. There's absolutely no way these are planes. Right now, what's happening is the initial object that came out, it's sitting there, it's hovering, it's getting extremely bright, it's illuminating different colors, and this second object appeared from, I'm going to say, the top left of it, and now it's looks like it's moving around it. Wow, they completely just switched spots. Oh my God, this is beautiful. It knows we're watching, it knows we're watching.
The Cleveland sighting is one of thousands reported.
Hey, lady!
In 1991, Britain's
Hey,
reported over England, Scotland, and Wales every year.
The Ministry of Defence has been looking at the UFO issue since the 1950s, and the whole reason for looking at these UFO sightings is not necessarily because the department corporately believes in extraterrestrial visitation. It's more to do with keeping a watchful eye on any unusual activity in British airspace. Clearly, if there's something there that's a little bit out of the ordinary, we want to know about it. My beliefs when I was given this job were, I think, what on earth have I let myself in for here? I had no particular knowledge or interest in the UFO phenomenon, certainly no belief in anything unusual. But the more I looked back through the archive of old files, and the more I began to investigate the ones that were being reported to me on a daily basis, I began to change my mind and realised that some of these UFO sightings couldn't be explained in conventional terms.
It's definitely moving.
Many of the most intriguing cases.
Go ahead, tell the truth, tell the truth.
Involved eyewitness reports from pilots, police, and military officers.
You rather be on the phone. You rather be on the phone with two niggas, hanging with another nigga,
or photographic evidence.
about to make some food.
One case that was
singing on the phone on FaceTime with a nigga. Got a nigga sing it to you.
Is a military
I don't know. You need evaluate. You need evaluation about it.
The particular night in question, which was 30th of March 1993, it was a wave of sightings over a period of about 6 hours, and there were many police and military witnesses.
That's what baby.
Cosford and Shawbury.
No, that's mine.
Yeah, remember by a vast triangular-shaped craft.
Yeah, it's right behind the chair.
I didn't think you threw it out.
Now, the meteorological officer
this
one of these places described this to me as the size of
why you bring it to me?
Hovering or moving very, very slowly.
Put it on my chair.
And then
That's my chair.
it was away to the horizon at incredible speed. He said many times faster than a military jet.
Yo,
This was a man with 8 years experience in the air.
Right, I'm not playing right now.
This sighting
not playing.
was thoroughly investigated, not only by private UFO investigators, but also by the British government, who were unable to explain all of the sightings reported during this incident.
Another intriguing British UFO
So what I was about to say,
took place in
before I was
December
really interrupted.
1980. U.S. Air Force personnel stationed in Suffolk, England, reported seeing a brilliantly illuminated spaceship that landed in Rendlesham Forest on 2 consecutive nights.
Oh, nah, baby's boy, his workup.
What made this case particularly
He said,
unusual
yo,
was that this was not
baby was singing a song and shit.
lights in the sky.
He said,
This
yo,
was
you on the phone with a
landed
dude?
metallic craft that some of the
You heard,
witnesses
Killer?
claimed they got so close
He
to
said,
it
you
they
on the
actually
phone with a
touched
dude
the side
looking
of
at
it.
him?
One
Like
witness
on FaceTime?
saw strange symbols on the hull.
Baby's
which
work,
he
the
liked
dude that
to
baby works
Egyptian
with.
hieroglyphs. He made a sketch of this in his police notebook and took some photos.
So he
though
said, you on the phone with a
subsequently
dude?
told me to come out.
And baby was singing a song. And he's like, so you're singing to a dude. You're singing to a dude right now. He's like, what the fuck you niggas on, nigga? So you're singing to a dude?
That's a direct quote from the government.
I was on the phone like, yo.
The British government generated a massive file of information about this sighting reported.
That shit was funny as fuck, nigga.
It's very unlikely that the actual truth about this sighting will ever be known.
Why are we echoing like this?
But in spite of the compelling eyewitness testimony,
This
the
nigga
Ministry
goes
of
on the
Defense
fat
soon
tab.
declared the case closed.
Why we
22 years
echoing?
later, when the government declassified files on the Rendlesham incident, the evidence was inconclusive. But what stood out was the credibility of the main witnesses.
Hey, yo, lady!
I've met a lot of people who've encountered UFOs. Just flying on a plane, for example. You're on a plane, and suddenly the pilot comes
And then
out
she
of the
take
cockpit
a,
and
and then she takes a,
separate
and then she
occasions.
take a hit,
And he'll say
and she
to me,
takes a drink,
I saw a UFO over Phoenix. I saw a UFO over Texas.
and she takes a
Half
drink.
my crew saw a UFO. And you'll say to the pilot, well, do you report it? And they say, when the flight controller says at the airport, do you want to report a UFO sighting? And then bursts out laughing, what you say is no. There are UFO sightings every single day. Real people with real sightings of real UFOs. It is very prevalent as more and more people talk about it. Something is going on.
In terms of government response to all this, certainly in Britain, the Ministry of Defence policy for many years has been to try and downplay this subject. Not really a great sinister attempt to cover up the truth about UFOs, whatever that might be, but more out of embarrassment.
Trump's about to tell us what? Trump's gonna tell us, I bet you Trump tell us aliens
Not
is
a good
real.
place for the government and the military to be.
On December 5th,
No, I know aliens is real, but he's gonna tell y'all. You know what I'm saying? I already know.
quietly terminated its UFO project, citing that there had been no credible evidence that UFOs posed a potential threat to the United Kingdom.
There are
Oh, I
a
got
number
cookies.
of
I forgot I got
aspects
snacks.
of this decision that were particularly controversial. Firstly, UFO sightings are at a 10-year high in the United Kingdom, so it seemed the most inopportune moment to pull the plug on 50 years of research and investigation into the UFO mystery. Another point that made this particularly controversial was the way in which the decision was announced. There was no proactive statement issued on this. It simply said the department will not respond to any inquiries on this subject and will no longer investigate sightings.
Sounds like what I dream is talking.
Fully disclosing classified information related to UFOs is the fact that most mainstream scientists believe that the study of alien phenomena is little more than just science.
Nah, grab the thing, grab the thing, put the thing on your lap, and then ask him that real quick.
In the shadows.
Then ask him that real quick.
Scientists who communicate with one another around the world, which include they cannot appear to be religious.
He thinks life's a game. He actually thinks like he actually touching you, nigga.
And they certainly shouldn't hang around with anybody who believes in flying saucers.
He needs a Lego.
But it's all done, you might say. Nobody really wants to draw attention to it. You know, that,
What? Bring him where?
you know, that there's a penalty associated with this kind of research. And so
Why? Why not?
It's done invisibly.
Would be blockaded and stopped by worries about.
Last time he came over, he got popped in his mouth. He knows that shit.
Speculate whether there's been contact with other civilization. Why not?
But as more scientists openly embrace the probability that there is intelligent life existing elsewhere in the universe,
no, big off
alien beings are visiting us, also
become
more accepted. What might be the reaction today if extraterrestrials were to actually arrive on Earth?
Oh, okay.
Themselves known to us. Countless science fiction books and films tend to portray aliens coming either to warn us or destroy us.
Since the 1960s, people have been thinking about, well, what do we do? Do we have a day the Earth stood still scenario? If aliens come, do they warn us that our planet's facing disaster? Do they attack us the way the Martians did in War of the Worlds? Well, the answer is more complicated than it seems. It's not just somebody landing and saying, take me to your leader.
The general consensus today is that if
Now
extraterrestrials
he wants to be a honey bun, cuz.
be hostile, and they would want to enslave us and battle us and destroy us and all this crazy stuff. In my opinion, that won't be the case. Because any civilization that's mastered to travel interstellar space would be benevolent to a lesser advanced society technologically speaking.
Simple statistic shows that if we make contact with extraterrestrial civilization, we are the new kids on the block. We are the ones who are at the back of the queue when it comes to intelligence. So they'll be teaching us stuff. We won't have a great deal to teach them.
There are a range of benefits that can be derived from accepting that we have neighbors in the galaxy that are visiting us. There are reports of medical treatments that have been performed for the benefit of several people who have had contact. There are advanced entertainment technologies. Reports are that
what the fuck? What is that?
used in military.
Yo, you stabbed me?
There are communications technologies.
Watch it. Did I say watch it?
Yo, you mean watch it? You got me. I didn't do that. You.
By acknowledging
Harry, chill, because you're going to get hurt.
No, you
people out there.
Alright, so what?
Information.
Tell me what. What are you doing?
I'm putting it in the trash.
It's going to depend how the discovery comes about. If in fact it's a distant radio broadcast, we might expect one thing. If in fact there's some type of visitation, this fits in with beliefs about UFOs, that might be something
Beers?
else. But on the whole, I think people are much more...
Bro, you're echoing, bro. Your shit's echoing. You know it
Should we
is.
say contact?
That's Bibby.
Many who believe contact with extraterrestrials is inevitable suggest governments need to prepare themselves. It's a field of
That nigga got the Federales headphones in. Oh, let me put on these. These is tabs. Like, funny ass niggas. Trying to act like the OTF ass niggas.
At
You
a
heard?
societal level. Not necessarily at a governmental level, but at
My nigga really asked some real shit that's echoing.
reach out with a hand of friendship.
Exopolitics has really been a grassroots movement of people concerned about this issue and want disclosure on the UFO subject, and also want to help organize people locally to get the information out to their governments and make this big change happen.
But if we reach out in friendship, what guarantee do we have that it will be returned in kind? Many scientists, including famed theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking, believe alien
Baby's
beings
dangerous.
pose a threat and suggest we do
You know,
everything
baby don't care. He'll
possible
turn
to
up.
prevent contact.
If extraterrestrials or aliens were aggressive or warlike and they came here, is it a case where resistance is futile?
Nah, we still. I don't think nobody's seen you make one though. Nah, I don't think people seen you. I think he's Florida too.
Simple, no UFOs, no.
Yeah, I don't think we seen him make that. We think we seen it. We didn't see
Empire
shit.
State Building collapsing. None of that. We can do that. Why can't aliens?
You gotta watch Killer.
To think that we would be able to come up with some type of a defense mechanism or have defenses against interstellar traveling society is ludicrous.
Maybe look like he got a tan.
As friend or foe, if
You look like you got a tan.
extraterrestrials would land somewhere in the United States,
You got a
it's
tan?
possible the aliens would be greeted by government or military personnel
you got a tan.
wearing hazmat suits and testing for harmful pathogens and radiation.
Is it new?
Conspiracy theorists suspect the government's
New.
next step would be to cover up the
New.
visitation. They cite as evidence
Nope.
a reputed sighting that took place over Washington, D.C. in 1952.
In full view of the entire world, a squadron, a formation of UFOs buzzed Washington and fought our own F-93 jet fighters. General Samford willingly and deliberately, maybe on instructions from Harry Truman, who was president, lied to the American people.
We have received and analyzed between 1 and 2,000 reports. Of this great mass of reports, we have been able adequately to explain the great bulk of them.
His own Captain Ruppelt, in his own book on flying saucers, says Samford was lying. We have the letter from the Air Force to Dean Condon saying Deep Six UFOs. So, have UFOs come to planet Earth in full view, have manifested themselves, have shown themselves? Yes. Did we see it? Yes. Was there a protocol for handling it? Yes. That protocol was called deny.
But if an alien visitation proved undeniable, who might be chosen to then speak to those inside the spacecraft? Who could best represent all the nations and interests of Earth?
If aliens do land on Earth,
It's time to hibernate, though, Nada. It's hibernation season.
leaders who are the most open-minded and reasonable, but who also have the ability to defend themselves against the
Hydrate and good sleep. Hydrate and good
In
sleep.
my opinion, that's one of the reasons we have a United Nations. Yes, it prevents wars and
Hydrate
delivers
and good
food.
sleep.
But on the other hand, just imagine the Security Council itself convening
No.
to deal with aliens, an image on a big screen at the United Nations.
Yeah, right.
The answer is, I think it all happened back in the 1940s, and that was one of the reasons that Roosevelt and Eleanor Roosevelt pushed so hard for the formation of a United Nations to replace the League of Nations. Somebody had to confront the aliens.
The notion that our leaders, elected or otherwise, should speak on our behalf, I don't necessarily think that makes sense. There are a lot of people who might have better ideas than the people who are in government. I'd like to see a profoundly democratic, with a small d, unauthoritarian interaction with aliens.
Currently, there are no known official protocols in place for an alien visitation. But there are those who think that contact with extraterrestrials is imminent, and that our world leaders must plan for the event now.
We're not alone in the universe. We have friends and relatives out there in the galaxies. And we need to take on this task, one way or the other, of just getting the job done and getting to the point where we're considering the practical details of interacting with these friends and neighbors out there.
Who is responsible for that relationship? Well, the State Department isn't, the United Nations isn't, and I think this is a very big problem. So there needs to be a diplomatic effort to make contact with these interstellar civilizations in such a way that it puts wiser people in charge of that.
Even if you don't corporately believe in extraterrestrials, if you think the possibility of alien visitation is vanishingly small, the consequences, if it does happen, are immense, and therefore it's prudent to have something in place to deal with it.
Personally, I think it would be very, very exciting. I mean, it would be just like the first time, the explorers came from Europe to the Americas and discovered a whole new culture, and they had to
Yo, what the fuck? They didn't. What the fuck? Why would they say that?
And maybe we've learned from that and we can go forward.
What would happen after any potential extraterrestrial
This is
contact
when
is
Crystal,
open
the
to
Europeans
much
came to
speculation?
America and found
Most
America.
people
Like,
concede
what the
one thing.
fuck?
The world as we know it would change dramatically.
The result would be
can't
that
find
the
something that was already
fundamentalist
fucking
orthodox
wrong.
belief systems of every organized religion on earth
I'm
would
done with
collapse.
this fucking thing. These people's weird. They gonna talk about Christopher Columbus and fucking Adolf Hitler in the same fucking segment. That's fucking crazy.
Reports of UFO sightings come from all corners of the globe.
I was taken on board a 200-foot diameter.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up
a spacecraft in the desert and given
I saw two great big real bright lights hanging up in the air.
Most believe these alien encounters are a modern phenomenon.
I can't deal with
But the
bullshit,
fact
bro.
is, they have been reported for
Them niggas
thousands of
actually
years.
said some
Practically
dumbass
every
shit.
human
Just like
civilization
Christopher
has been in
Columbus
touch
came
with
across the water and found
extraterrestrial
land.
beings.
in India, Israel, the Mayans, and the Aztecs.
The idea that there was one or more non-human groups inspiring this is the truth.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. But what if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, where did they come from? And just who were the visitors?
If you know, but she's over here laughing. Yeah, it's like you want to cry. But you say, look at my face, look at your damn face.
Yeah, I was smiling.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, I was.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, huh?
You was about to
No,
cry.
no, no.
Look at that, and then you look the scariest. Like, go show your mom.
Yeah, I already saw it.
So I told you I want to tell you the truth.
Roswell, New Mexico. This sleepy town in America's southwest was once best known for its large military air base. But that changed in 1947, when a local rancher reported that a spaceship crashed on his property. Several weeks later, the U.S. Army issued a press release confirming the existence of an alien craft. The next day, the military changed its story and announced that what they had found was a weather balloon. These conflicting reports sent shockwaves around the world, and the name Roswell became a pop culture code word that forever links extraterrestrial visitation with enduring mystery.
Speculation about why the Roswell crash would be covered up is difficult to pin down. Some people talk about this in terms of information that would be shattering to our worldview.
Almost everyone's heard about the so-called Roswell event. And one of the real implications of disclosure is that some of our most cherished myths about the origins of the human race and our history and archaeology would fall apart.
Something happened at Roswell, New Mexico a long time ago. People want the truth. I think there's something in the human
media
being
hit
itself
New Mexico.
that is striving, that is hungry for this knowledge in order to answer questions about our own existence.
Today, public opinion polls indicate more than half the world's population believes aliens have either come here in the past or are coming here now. But what is it exactly that makes so many people believe?
I do think looking upward makes sense. The universe is large. There are things out there we do not understand. There is probably intelligent life
These people
somewhere.
get into arguments, that's unknown.
People tend to forget that we're on a planet that's 4.5
Keep me out of your arguments. I'm getting sick
the
of
presence
that
of our civilization in that vast scale of time. I mean, if I click my finger, it wouldn't even be fast enough to say this is the time of our civilization. And to think that we're the only ones in this
Keep me out of everybody's argument.
to me
I
is
don't know how the
absurd.
fuck I be ending up in everybody's fucking problem.
Our galaxy, the Milky Way, has over 100 billion stars. In the
How do I end
universe,
up
we
in
think there are more than 100 billion galaxies. So if every star had a planet with intelligent life, how many alien civilizations would we have?
If you take us as the crown of creation,
or the top of evolution. We look at ourselves as the greatest, the biggest. We say how incredible, unique we are in the whole universe. We forgot to learn modesty.
Each step that we take makes us a little bit less special. We used to think that we were the center of the universe as humans, and we realized, oh, all right, well, that's not true. But we're the center of the galaxy, and like, well, all right, so we're like 2/3 of the way out in a spiral arm. And then, well, at least our sun, you know, the sun is actually in the middle and the Earth goes around it, so Earth isn't even the center of that system. And so the more that we learn, we sort of, you know, it's a very humbling science.
When man first landed on the moon, our perspective on the universe changed forever.
We aliens who happened to go down the ladder on July 20th, 1969, we aliens were certainly part of a magnificent race. I just don't think people have a grasp for what energy it takes to go from one star to another.
This historic event raised the question: if humans can successfully navigate in space and explore other worlds, why couldn't beings from other parts of the universe have done the same? And might they have already come to Earth hundreds or perhaps thousands of years ago?
I think human past is more fantastic than we all believe. I have come to the idea that maybe extraterrestrials were on this planet.
Your GPS? Not as dependable as your interstate battery.
They've been here.
Get double points this fall.
They've been here. They put us here. A lot of, we just happen to be here.
At the time when I had
They've
gotten
been there when
diagnosed,
we
there was
did.
very little known about this
We
particular
just happen
cancer.
to catch
There are
on late.
residual effects from my cancer that
You
are...
get here,
Discover
you
quality
only think we here.
and trusted service at Mr. Roof. Whether you
Well,
need a
this nigga's
repair
flying
or a
through this
custom
bitch.
replacement, our expert team is here to guide you every step of the way. Explore the latest in roofing technology and styles. Plus, check out our siding and window options. Our products are built to last.
Kawachi, Peru. 2,000 years ago, this ancient settlement served as the religious and cultural capital of the Nazca people. But sometime around 500 AD, the Nazca mysteriously disappeared, leaving Kawachi to fall into disarray. 1,400 years later, in 1910, anthropologist Alois Hurlichka came to Kawachi to study the ancient Nazca civilization. During a dig, he unearthed some of the most surprising and shocking artifacts he had ever seen. They were skulls with enormous, elongated craniums. Where did they come from? How did they get there? And were they human?
In Peru, we find these weird, elongated skulls. And they're bizarre looking. I mean, and these people look like aliens.
One may say, okay, aliens, but another aspect that we have to consider is that skull and cranial deformation forming elongated heads is a practice that's known throughout much of the ancient world.
In 1870, the process of skull deformation was well chronicled by a German botanist and explorer named George Schweinfurth. While exploring the African Congo, he came in contact with a tribe called the Mummification. They routinely performed a ritual of cranial binding that allowed them to physically alter the shape of human skulls.
They took infants' skulls and compressed them and bound them, and they forced the cranium out and elongated, and in many cases they doubled the size.
That's fucking crazy.
And a big question is, why was this being done? It may have been a way to distinguish the elite, perhaps, from the everyday people. May have been a social stratification type of issue. Something that also appeals to me is that may have been a way to express physically and maybe try to achieve physically greater levels of consciousness or higher levels of mental ability.
In my opinion, they did this in order to mimic the gods. And those gods were physical beings, because if they were just a figment of our ancestors' imagination, I don't think that's a compelling enough reason to expose your children to such a ritual to achieve that type of look. And in my opinion, these people were misinterpreted flesh and blood space travelers.
Some people suggested aliens had elongated skulls, and apparently ancient peoples are mimicking those skulls. The old saying is that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Although there have been many images that attempt to depict what aliens might actually look like, one in particular has come to dominate the public perception. It too features an elongated cranium and is associated with an extraterrestrial race that many refer to as the Greys.
In terms of entities, one very common description are the so-called Greys. 3.5, 4 feet tall, essentially humanoid, but very spindly with disproportionately large heads and huge black almond-shaped eyes.
But would someone in a primitive society really want to replicate this look and deform their skull? Some archaeologists have a different perspective. They point to artistic self-expression as an explanation of these customs.
There are all kinds of people that either worship the body or use the body as art, be it a tattoo or piercing of some sort, or tribes that put things in their ears or in their lips to try to grow parts of their body. Some societies we know practice binding parts of the body, feet or heads, and try to make certain shapes. And this was done for whatever reason. We know today that this isn't usually the most healthy thing to do, but it doesn't mean people don't do it. The people are always trying to change their body to make it look a certain way.
Whatever the explanation may be for these rituals,
they
are not just found in Peru and the African
Because our eggs is actually good, rich on protein.
Is a global phenomenon.
What's really strange is that this is found all over the world. And this is something that archaeologists cannot easily explain. Because for people on remote islands, for people in South America, or Malta, or in Africa, to suddenly independently do this cranial deformation like this seems incredible.
I
mean, this is something that had to be learned, something that was taught to them.
We seem to have basic similarities, as if there was one civilization, or at least one type of culture that was influencing people around the world. I find it more and more difficult to believe what I was taught as an undergraduate, that all these different cultures just coincidentally came up with the same concepts independently of each other.
Is it possible that individual societies around the world were influenced by similar events? And were they imitating real beings who visited from other planets? Some of the most compelling images of an elongated cranium can be traced to ancient Egypt and the depictions of one of its most controversial pharaohs. Could it be that he too was mimicking the look of extraterrestrials? Or is there an even more outrageous explanation? Could he have been one of them?
An elegant touch for an everyday meal. Vanity Fair napkins. Elevate every day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are releasing our final report on the WWII computer problem.
Egypt. Long before the ancient Egyptians built the pyramids, or even settled along the Nile River, they spoke of an era called Tepzepi, or the beginning of time. According to legends, Tepzepi was when sky gods descended from the stars to earth on flying boats, and then turned mud and water into a new kingdom.
The word God, according to the ancient Egyptian, is Neteru. It means a being that came from the cosmos. They're very adamant about the fact that the gods had descended from the stars. They tell us that the god Osiris, who ruled with his consort and sister, the goddess Isis, they were star gods. They identified it very clearly.
They're trying to hold secrets, but we already know what it is. I feel like the people in the past, they honestly just holding secrets because they don't want to tell nobody. These niggas is just honestly just stupid as
within
fuck,
the constellation of Orion is the so-called nursery of stars.
Yeah, just about the aliens and shit and how shit maneuvers and shit. And they got spaceships too. You know what I'm saying? But they just can't have spaceships for everybody and to let everybody. We're living dumb. And everybody's been living with spaceships like UFOs and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? Traveling to space, just being out and shit like that. Everybody can't live like that. So they don't even want everybody thinking like that. They want everybody to be thinking just regular. Doing some
Something
regular
that
shit.
we see around the world.
Certain people, they already got enough people that could make kids, and you keep kids in like
of the heavenly motion.
you know what I'm saying? If you got a whole fucking country of rich ass kids, what else do you need? You know what I'm saying?
What's going on in the sky?
You don't need to make no more kids. You don't need people to make kids. You don't need people to be producing shit. You don't need people here. We need people to just live their life how they live and understand how they live, and we have a country of rich ass shit over here that they will never know about.
Their pharaohs were sons of Osiris.
They will never even know our country.
Gods.
They don't see this.
And wall carvings depict
It's in Antarctica. It's Antarctica. We know it though.
The people
it's Antarctica.
Different gods. The pharaoh stood above
they keep all the secrets in Antarctica and shit.
This basic Egyptian religious belief
that's what
remained in force for nearly 1,000 years. Until one
certain people can find that shit, but if you find that shit, you gotta stay there.
Who was this?
Ain't no coming back, so people gonna be thinking you're dead.
His name was Akhenaten, and in every surviving depiction, he is shown with an elongated skull. Who was he? According to Egyptian mythology, he too was descended from the gods who arrived on Earth at the time of Tepzepi. But why do so many still believe he actually came from the stars? In 1352 BC, Akhenaten ascended to the throne as the 10th pharaoh of the 18th dynasty. Almost immediately, he instituted a series of radical religious changes, including a ban on references to multiple gods.
It's a rather strange thing that he would want to do that in one sweep, but he ordered all the iconography of previous gods to be removed. He only allowed one emblem, which was the sun emblem, literally a sun disk with curious arms or rays pouring down.
Why did he do this? Because according to his writings and his poems that were written about him later on, he was visited by one of those beings that descended from the sky, who told Akhenaten, "This is the way, I am your god."
This sun god was known as Aten. Akhenaten claimed to be a direct descendant of Aten.
Akhenaten, like any other pharaoh, regarded himself to be divine. He was a god. not only himself believed himself to be God, but the whole nation saw him as a God. The definition of God is that he was a descendant from these celestial beings.
One great idea can change your life.
Fridays, it's an all-new Shark Tank with guest shark Todd Graves, founder of Raising Cane's. I love that.
Complete your bachelor's degree online or at night with BSU Continuing Studies. Discover...
During his 4th year as Pharaoh, Akhenaten ordered the construction of a new capital city. He called it Amarna and dedicated it to the sun. Akhenaten would spend the next 10 years here, during which time he instituted changes in both art and culture, including how he himself would be publicly depicted.
In Egyptian iconography, Egyptian pharaohs are depicted as these triangular-shaped beings, these broad, strong shoulders and these very skinny waists. Now, we look at leaders today and we know that most leaders don't have broad shoulders and skinny waists. But it was important to depict the Egyptian kings as having broad shoulders and skinny waist, very, the epitome of what a king also
I'm gonna watch this shit, I'm on my phone charge this shit.
It's exactly the opposite with Akhenaten. He shows himself perhaps as he really is. A rather strange look. He has a very mystical look.
What?
If we take Akhenaten's statues, for instance, literally, he was a
hit that light for me, GG.
Character to combine, some people would say, feminine aspects with masculine aspects, may have had an elongated skull.
The change in royal iconography of Akhenaten showed him as he probably really was, with a misshapen head, with a pot belly, with a sunken chest, as opposed to the idealized iconography of traditional Egyptian artists that showed this big, strong pharaoh.
Akhenaten's wife, Queen Nefertiti, and their children were also depicted as having elongated skulls. So why were Akhenaten's and Nefertiti's heads deformed? Did they suffer from a genetic abnormality? Or did they deliberately alter their shape? Some believe there could be yet another explanation behind their strange, otherworldly appearance.
They look like they're different than other human beings.
Is it possible that Akhenaten might have been an extraterrestrial hybrid?
Thinking?
Ancient alien enthusiasts look at Pharaoh Akhenaten of Egypt and say, look at that long head. That looks like an alien gray. That looks like some kind of something that's non-human, some hybrid between something else and something human. Must be evidence of alien interference, alien reproduction with humans, something like that.
I've been to Egypt, and one of the most stunning things is about seeing the archaeological remains of ancient Egypt is that one unique pharaoh, Akhenaten.
I mean, he's got a very narrow, pointy face, high cheekbones, and a very elongated cranium.
The idea that they were either looking like extraterrestrials or perhaps had extraterrestrial DNA in them is a credible idea.
Akhenaten ruled for 17 years. After his reign, Amarna was abandoned and temples to the sun were destroyed. Images of Akhenaten were deliberately defaced. Ancient Egypt swiftly returned to its old ways, worshipping many gods. Was this a rejection of Akhenaten's radical religious belief system, or a cover-up of his alien identity?
There's been a lot of theories about why. I mean, the most extreme is that he somehow had some sort of extraterrestrial connection. If one accepts that conclusion, then it would explain why he was literally put off the reign, and some say put to death.
Some Egyptologists believe Akhenaten was forced to abdicate and flee from Egypt with a group of his loyal followers. In 1907, the actual body of Akhenaten was discovered in Egypt's Valley of the Kings by a British archaeologist named Edward Ayrton. After unearthing Akhenaten's mummified remains, he was able to confirm that indeed the ancient pharaoh's skull was misshapen and elongated.
Some scholars argue that he suffered from some kind of physical abnormality. He suffered from a disorder that caused his face to appear to be longer. His head actually was longer. I think with Akhenaten, we're dealing with a physical deformation that wasn't corrected by the royal artists. They just depicted him as he was. Pot belly, sunken chest, long head.
Need new tires? For as little as $0 down, you can get the tires you need now. It's the easiest way to buy tires online. One application, instant eligibility.
That shit crazy. It seems truthful.
Akhenaten was succeeded by his son, Tutankhamun, who became the most renowned pharaoh of all time. When his tomb was discovered in 1922 by Howard Carter, Tutankhamun was also found to have an elongated skull. Could he have inherited alien genes from his father? Today, much of Akhenaten's life still remains a mystery. Did he really change Egypt's entire belief system because, as some suggest, he was a celestial being? If that's true, might there be evidence of similar entities coming to Earth? Perhaps more clues can be found thousands of miles away, on the other side of the African continent.
African, Antarctica. The head.
Mali, in northwest Africa. Deep in a remote valley live the Dogon people, who are the descendants of a nomadic tribe that settled here around 1000 AD. Just like Akhenaten's followers, the Dogon had been forced to leave Egypt because of religious persecution.
The Dogons claim a very long and ancient tradition, and in my opinion, maintain some of the ancient Egyptian traditions and myths that have been carried on right into the present age. Parts of ancient Egypt may not have died. They were carried on to this day among the Dogon.
But what exactly are their beliefs? Dogon mythology holds that the sky god Amma created the first living creature, known as Namo. The legend also says that shortly after his creation, Namo multiplied into several parts, one of which rebelled against Amma. Amma responded by destroying him and scattering his ashes throughout the world.
According to the Dogon myths, a god gave them this knowledge. He descended from the sky in an ark surfing on fire and landed in a storm.
Still today, Dogon celebrates a festival in the honor of Namo and that visitation that occurred in the remote past. How do we know this? For this festival, they have wooden masks that date back to a very long time ago when this festival began.
Dogon masks tell the mystic stories of their ancestors. This is a sculpture of the creator. They call him Amma. He's embracing the universe. This is how they pass on information from generation to generation, by stories carved in masks.
Ereignisse nach.
But could Namo have been a real person? Some see eerie similarities between the Dogon's legend and the story of the mysterious Pharaoh Akhenaten. Akhenaten believed he was directly descended from the sun god Aten. Namo was said to have been created by the sky deity Amma. Is it a coincidence that both cultures, although thousands of miles apart, shared mythical tales of beings coming from the skies? And both Namo and Akhenaten were depicted with elongated heads. Is it possible that these legends were based on real events?
The Dogon dwell in the central plateau region of Banyagara. Their knowledge is centuries old, and their priests have been sharing it with chosen individuals only. In the 1920s, French anthropologist Griel and ethnologist Dieterlen visited the tribe and were invited to share their secrets.
But one secret stood out. The Dogon claimed that their god Amma came from a specific star in the Sirius constellation, the same place where the ancient Egyptians believed that their god Osiris was born. This star, which modern astronomers refer to as Sirius B, the Dogon called Potolo. But what baffles experts is that the star is so far from Earth, it's impossible to see with the naked eye.
I was very intrigued by this, by the way. I mean, the Dogons should not have known about the existence of this star. Sirius is the second nearest star from our solar system. It's 8 light years away. In fact, it's not even visible with standard telescopes. It was first seen before the Earth in the 1970s.
Modern science has corroborated that Sirius B does indeed exist. Problem is, the Dogon knew about this before modern science corroborated it. I mean, that's spooky.
This is impossible. They're ahead of us in technology. You can't back. You shaking back from the world.
Measurements taken with the Hubble telescope in 2003 have confirmed that Sirius B is what's known as a white dwarf, or a partially burnt-out star with extremely dense mass. Although it is smaller in size than Earth, it's estimated to weigh 8 times as much as our Sun. But how did the Dogon acquire this ancient knowledge of astronomy that seems to be centuries more advanced than that of modern science?
The mystery is, how did this story get passed on down generations? If the story came from a time before astronomers knew there was a companion star to Sirius, which can't be seen with the human eye.
This is the Dogon symbol for Sirius. When you move it around, you can see an orbit around the center, marked by Sirius A. Sirius B circles around it, so it is a circular system. This sign is practically an astronomical model that the Dogon could not have invented because only Sirius A is visible. Sirius B and C are invisible. However, their description of the orbit is correct. One assumption is that this god, Namo, who brought them this knowledge, could have been an extraterrestrial intelligence.
Since the early 20th century, the tribe has been routinely studied and researched by anthropologists. This has led many modern historians to claim that the Dogon must have learned about astronomy from Westerners.
The Dogon mythology is so fluid that when science confirmed something that they might have believed in antiquity, it might have just been sheer coincidence, or it could have been a conflation. That is, they heard, because it's an oral culture and because the mythology is so fluid, they heard something that someone said about this star in relation to another star, and they just grafted that into their mythology. They grafted that into their religion, and then when some reporter, some subsequent reporter comes along and says, "What do you believe?" they say, "Well, we've thought this for millions of years."
When critics suggest that this knowledge was given to them by modern ethnologists, That's simply incorrect, because we know that this story goes back hundreds of years earlier than any modern ethnologist ever went there.
If it were ever proven that all this information is exactly correct, including the parts that are still being studied by astronomers, this would mean that the Earth had visitors from outer space in prehistoric times.
Either they inherited that knowledge, and the question is from where? From a previous civilization, or from some sort of extraterrestrial civilization, or it's a coincidence. In my view, it is not a coincidence.
If the Dogon people really possessed this advanced astronomical knowledge, were their legends based on real events? The ancient Egyptians and Dogon were far from alone in their belief in gods or mystical beings that came from the sky. Is there an explanation for similar myths shared by ancient cultures all around the world? And what does that reveal as to who these visitors may be? Perhaps the answer can be found, not in northern Africa, but here, in the rocks and canyons of the American Southwest. Miles south of Gallup, New Mexico, lies the pueblo of Zuni. Sheltered from the desolate high plains, this adobe city is home to the Zuni Indians, one of the oldest indigenous tribes in North America. They have inhabited this land for almost 2,000 years and have protected their secrets even longer.
The Zuni are a very interesting culture in that they're one of the few cultures that really have not opened up to the rest of the world about their star knowledge traditions. Most of this type of information is very closely held by the natives. And I really find it very intriguing that this is a time period in history where now we're starting to learn more and more about their star knowledge.
Much of the Zuni people's history is etched in the rocks in the New Mexico desert. Tribal elder Clifford Mahudi and archaeologist Dan Simplicio have studied the Zuni's secret history firsthand. They've collected stories passed down through generations that are rooted in the belief that the tribe's creators and protectors are supernatural beings from the sky.
This one's kind of interesting here. I would imagine it was created in last century, but on this design, you can see the star figure. Celestial images oftentimes are depicted in a lot of our cultural petroglyphs, and this is one of them where it depicts the star. It could be the supernova of the Crab Nebula.
Our Zuni mythology in the prayer system and the ritualistic protocols talk about these people that came over here and told us how to actually live our lives as being sky people.
If you listen to a lot of religious chants and songs and prayers, that's all they talk about. They're talking about space, they're talking about out there in the universe where they came from, so they depict it on that rock wall here. But the actual meaning of it is somewhere more profound and more complex than that.
These drawings are thought to have been created around 1200 BC, yet they appear to depict modern space travelers and their vehicles.
An elegant touch for an everyday meal. Vanity Fair napkins. Elevate every day.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are releasing our final report on the WWII computer problem. We will experience no major national breakdown.
Someone's on the net.
That's good as hell.
You've got
Living your big one every day. That's crazy. Break that. Ooh. Reminding me something. Oh, snap. Think they'll still do graduation?
Y2K.
If you move back a little bit, you can see another figure here. It has a dome, has eyes. There's something coming down, and a nose, like a nose through the nose, but it kind of flares out.
I think it was something to do with the ancient ones when they saw something. They took as much description of it to put it on there. Of course, it's not going to be exactly what they saw, but that's as best as they can do for something that they saw.
With all petroglyphs and things like that, I mean, they're up to interpretation. Sometimes they're just doodlings of people, but other times they may well be actual descriptions and depictions of some kind of god from outer space, some ancient astronaut. And when you go around, say, like the Zuni Pueblo, and that's what they'll tell you, those petroglyphs are. Even the Zunis themselves call them the spacemen.
This one seems to have two legs coming out like that. It has a broad, diamond-shaped body. There probably was a bigger head that chipped off here. It's very different looking than humans are.
Now, usually they're called UFOs, but in the Zuni way, we've always been taught that they're the keepers of the upper world, which means space. They're sky people, beings that are of the extraterrestrial origin, and this is still within our mythology and our religious practices today.
Like most Indian tribes, the Zunis call these sky people Kachinas. According to the Zunis' creation story, the Kachina gods came down from the heavens to lead the Zunis to Earth through a special portal.
The Sipahu, that's the entrance to the fourth world, or the underworld, and that's a representation of where the Kachinas come and go. And so according to the mythologies, the Zunis were brought forth into the world of light, which is where we are at today, by what I would interpret as extraterrestrial beings from the universe.
Every year, the Zunis participate in a ceremony known as the Shalako Festival. Dressed in traditional costumes to represent the Kachinas, the Indians celebrate the arrival of the gods on Earth.
This is a figurine of Kachina gods. And these guys are some gods from the sky who came down. They wear weird helmets.
This one has a helmet as a head, and if you look at the whole body of it, it's as if it wears some type of a suit. This one here also has the helmet and the visor.
For the Pueblo Indians, like the Zunis, these are their sky gods that every year they have special ceremonies. People put on these special costumes and masks to reenact the coming of the gods. They really look like ancient astronauts.
That feeling you get when you're getting an incredible deal. That feeling of value. That's why you shop Ocean State Job Lot. Here, you'll always find a lot more for a lot less.
Black Friday deals start now. Save up to $1,000 on special deals during Raymore and Flanagan's early Black Friday sale. Or take advantage of 72-month no-interest financing. Save now on early Black Friday deals at Raymore and Flanagan.
If you look at
at the poetry and the legends and the stories from American Indian tribes in the Southwest. They have the legend of the Star People. The Star People came to Earth and seeded planet Earth, and they came on flying ships. If you speak to the elders, they will tell you that a lot of us believe in the existence of extraterrestrials.
The Zunis don't have a written language. The storyteller comes and he tells the young children how it all happened. All of their songs that they do in their ceremonies tell the story over and over, and that's how they pass down traditions, customs, beliefs. They tell it in the Indian way. They use things they understand to explain things that they don't understand.
I remember my grandparents talking about a craft that flew and had actually crash landed on one of the mesas east of here. There's no interpretation of what an aircraft is, so the closest thing that they could interpret as anything capable of flight is a bird or our masked kachina dancers.
We're very, very superstitious people. It's always been in the history of Zuni that they've always been here, even right here where we're sitting right now. But you just don't see them. They're in a different frequency. And those are very, very sacred, and those are very, very secret.
They're out there somewhere. For those who believe that ancient astronauts came to Earth thousands of years ago, prehistoric artwork provides more clues in what they claim is a growing body of evidence. From wall carvings and statues in ancient Egypt, to tribal traditions and exotic masks in West Africa, to petroglyphs in the American Southwest, all thousands of years old, they seem to recount similar stories of visitors from the skies. Could the legends of alien beings visiting Earth thousands of years ago have inspired more traditional beliefs? Celestial beings coming down to Earth. Gods descending from the sky. Can these events only be found in the ancient legends of the Zuni? Do similar accounts exist in other cultures and other religions across the world? And if so, what is the explanation?
We have to remind ourselves that our ancestors were highly intelligent. However, their technological frame of reference was different than our technological frame of reference. So they didn't have the vocabulary with which to describe or with which to name certain things that they saw. So what did they do? They used words that they were familiar with in their time, and so they tried to describe whatever they witnessed to the best of their abilities with their vocabulary.
Ancient China also shared some of the same beliefs that can be found in Egyptian, Native American, and Dogon legends, that deities arrived from the stars. According to Chinese mythology, dating back to 3000 BC, when the god named Wang Di was born, there was a radiance from the great star Qi. Wang Di would later emerge from the belly of a fire-breathing dragon to become China's first emperor.
The origins of the Han Chinese people start with a story of a great god looking down with empathy. Here were people in poverty, in a beautiful, rich country, the landscape profound, but the people were suffering. He took pity and decided to come down.
Wang Di arrived on planet Earth in a flying dragon. He had the power of flight. Wang Di could be anywhere within minutes, and he usually accomplished this by hopping on his dragon and flying somewhere.
At Jiffy Lube, we car about cars. In fact, we're kind of obsessed.
Are you saying car?
And with things like our carful vehicle review, you'll know we'll car for your car like we car for our own.
You mean hair?
Exactly. Jiffy Lube, car more.
Now this divine energy becomes human and is a great leader, the Yellow Emperor, who rules and unites the people, and there's a period of great prosperity until his work is done.
Huang Di brought order to the chaos, creating China's first empire. He is seen as a cultural hero and is credited with the invention of the compass, acupuncture, and the standardization of Chinese writing. One of his greatest legacies is the Great Wall of China.
When the land is prosperous, he decides it's time to go. And the great yellow dragon comes back, and he gets back into the belly of the dragon and flies off forever.
Now, were these dragons truly dragons in a biological nature? Or were they misinterpreted types of machines? Because, as we all know, dragons are always correlated with spewing fire and a lot of smoke. Whenever we see a modern rocket take off, there's all this smoke, and sometimes the smoke is yellow, and sometimes it's red. So it's very bizarre how we have these correlations between the ancient times and modern times today.
Mythology is the effort to grasp what we can't grasp, to understand what is beyond us. In the Eastern teachings, the dragons very often carry people, sometimes on their back, sometimes inside their bellies. So if we think of them as a poet's effort to explain a vehicle that was strange to them, well, those sound like flying saucers. So it might just be a problem of translation, because after all, it's just a word. It's trying to describe something that's very difficult to grasp.
4,000 miles west of China, another tale of celestial beings influencing civilization can be found, this time in what is now modern-day Iraq. The Babylonian legend of Enuma Elish dates back to the 7th century BC. The text was first discovered in 1849 by British archaeologist Sir Austin Henry Layard while searching the ruins of the library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh. The story tells of how the first humans were created by an extraterrestrial race known as the Anunnaki.
In the ancient texts of Sumeria, we have descriptions of these beings descending from the sky called the Anunnaki. The term Anunnaki means those who from the heavens came. It says, word for word, that these beings descended in flying vehicles from the sky. And we can find not only descriptions of the Anunnaki, but also depictions. And we can see them in statues, in carvings. So it's all very interesting to see that those beings looked like modern-day space travelers with weird suits. Some of them wore wristwatches. They had boots on and helmets, and above all, wings. And they were always described or depicted in floating above some quote-unquote regular people. So the question is, who were the Anunnaki? And according to the ancient astronaut hypothesis, they were space travelers who visited Earth in the remote past.
Similar themes can be found in the legends of Greek and Roman gods. which also describe events that some interpret as extraterrestrial contact. Both cultures believed in powerful gods who lived in the heavens and often came down to Earth to interact with humans.
A well-known example is Zeus and the Greek gods, and they come down from the sky, and Mount Olympus, where they live in some mountain, and they're bringing really civilization and sciences to mankind. But they have many human attributes too, where they're attracted to human women. They want to have sex and children with as many of them as they can, and then they go back into the sky.
These ideas of gods mating with humans are very commonplace, like Zeus in Greek mythology was always coming down mating with mortals and producing demigods like Hercules or Helen of Troy, who were exceptionally beautiful, exceptionally powerful, unusually gifted in every way. So in other words, you were creating a better race in this sense.
In the ancient astronaut opinion, the whole pantheon of gods that we have in ancient Greece consists of nothing else but flesh and blood extraterrestrials who were misinterpreted as being these divine creatures by our ancestors.
There's a lot of evidence showing that we're not alone in the cosmos, and that our human civilizations on Earth have been interacting for long periods of time with extraterrestrial intelligences.
Belief in celestial beings interacting with humans is a cornerstone in several major religions. In fact, according to the Bible's book of Genesis, God created the first humans, Adam and Eve. The Bible also contains other passages that describe strange interactions between otherworldly beings and humans.
People believe messengers of some sort come down from the heavens. They came down and they had sex with humans. And this is where we produce giants, people like Goliath. So in a technical sense, they are alien. They're gods or they're angels, or there's some kind of superhuman thing.
Interpreting these Bible stories has also led to a certain amount of debate and controversy. While most see a single God directing and influencing mankind's destiny, others argue that it is really a number of gods that are responsible.
In the Old Testament, it says very clearly, "Let us make man in our image according to our likeness." Now, grammatically speaking, that sentence doesn't make sense, because you have God and then you have our image. Well, theologians suggest that by our, what they meant is the Trinity, the Holy Trinity. So basically, if you were to change the word God to gods, and all of a sudden, the sentence makes sense, and then the gods created man in our own image.
So you have this reference, let us create man in our image. In several religious texts, specifically the Hebrew Bible, which Christians also accept, and in the Quran, which Muslims revere as holy, you have the reference to God in the plural. And it is incredibly interesting.
But do all these religious scriptures that tell similar stories really point to the possibility that aliens have visited Earth throughout ancient history?
The fact is, the story of creation in our own Bible is the story of creation in cultures around the world. The story of the flood, the evolution of the human species, the development of language. All of this points to, in fact, the Bible says so, life on Earth came from contact with an extraterrestrial life form. That's in the Bible, that's in ancient cultures around the world. So I believe the theory of ancient astronauts is true, and I believe there's solid evidence there, and I believe the harder you try to refute that evidence, the more you wind up against a brick wall. That ancient astronauts visited us, visited Earth, thousands upon thousands of years ago, and seeded the very civilization we have today.
believers in the ancient astronaut theory are correct, then just who were these visitors? And might cutting-edge astrophysics and biology help us to uncover their identity?
How can you get new name brand furniture, tech, or appliances when you don't have the cash or credit to pay today? You don't need a loan or financing. Just rent to own at Aaron's. Shop in-store or online at Aaron's.com, apply for instant approval, and schedule your free delivery. Aaron's lets you pay your way. Low monthly payments or pay weekly with Easy Pay. There's no long-term commitment. You can return or exchange it at any time. Start shopping now at Aaron's.com or at your local Aaron's store.
Hello, Moto.
Identity. On March 18, 1965, Russian cosmonaut Alexei Leonov stepped outside the Vashko 2 and became the first human to walk in space. He spent 12 minutes and 8 seconds outside his ship before returning. Leonov's survival depended upon a protective suit that could keep him alive where there was neither atmospheric pressure nor oxygen. If we need spacesuits, would aliens traveling to Earth require the same protection? Is that what we're looking at in these ancient carvings and drawings?
When critics ask, well, why would ancient astronauts have to wear astronaut suits that we're familiar with today? The answer is very simple. Can we go through space without wearing a type of suit? Of course not. We would die. Because who says that whoever visited us in the remote past, that they could breathe in the atmosphere of planet Earth? So it's not far-fetched to suggest that they did in fact wear some type of suit.
Why might these images resemble modern astronauts? If they are aliens, is it possible they are similar to humans? And could they have come from a planet just like Earth? At the turn of the 20th century, a group of British and German scientists considered this possibility. They embraced a theory put forth by early Greek philosophers that all life in the universe began in one specific place. This theory is called Panspermia.
Panspermia is the theory that life formed in one place and then got spread around to other places. In outer space, in the medium between stars, we see molecules that are the building blocks of life. So it's easy to get the building blocks of life to another planet. For example, if life formed on Mars, it could have come here to Earth, contaminated Earth, and then started life here.
Roughly 3.6 billion years ago, Mars was warm and wet, much like the conditions on Earth today. Biologists believe that because Mars cooled more quickly than other planets, life may have developed there first.
Mars is a better candidate for life during the early part of the solar system. Mars rocks are coming here all the time, and these have been knocked off Mars by asteroid and comet impacts. And we know that they could convey any Martian microorganisms to Earth.
In August 1996, a team of scientists made a stunning announcement. A Martian meteorite found in Antarctica contained evidence of fossilized life.
You have to not just build for today, but build for the future.
For this next wave of innovation to take off, we're going to need to scale instantly, automatically, efficiently and securely anywhere in the world.
As Akamai redefines the cloud landscape for the next decade, our focus is on making sure that we can scale out those experiences to the edge of the internet with all of the compute, the decisioning, the AI inferencing that modern applications demand.
What will you build next?
The 4-pound rock, designated ALH 84001, showed the presence of carbonate globules excreted by microbes when they were alive on Mars 3.6 billion years ago. Earth was no longer alone. Life had existed elsewhere in the universe.
So this cross-contamination between Mars and Earth, which 20 years ago was regarded as rather wild conjecture, is now pretty much accepted by the astrobiology community.
Astrobiologists studying the origin and evolution of life in the universe embrace the possibility that life on Earth began in outer space. Did modern-day scientists finally prove what ancient cultures have believed for centuries?
The common myth or idea that the origins of humankind is from the stars is widespread. Ancient cultures had the ancient Egyptians, the Mayans, the Aztecs, the Indians, and so forth. Is intriguing, and it's probably true. And I mean it from an astrophysical point of view. We do come from the stars. It's a fact that life on Earth has been seeded by the coming of a comet containing the life matter.
I personally suspect there is life out there. In fact, I believe that we have evidence, if nothing else, microbial evidence for life extraterrestrially.
But if life did land on Earth from outer space, was it by accident? Or might it have been sent here on purpose? One mainstream scientist thought so. British geneticist Francis Crick is best known for his collaboration with James Watson. Together, they unraveled the structure of human DNA in 1953. Less than 10 years later, they were awarded the Nobel Prize for their groundbreaking work in genetics. In the 1960s, Crick became a proponent of panspermia theory and took it to a whole new level with an idea he called directed panspermia.
Francis Crick hypothesized that somewhere perhaps on the other side of the galaxy there had been a civilization of advanced intelligent beings, and they had found that their planet was going to be destroyed. Perhaps a supernova was going to go off in their vicinity, and their planet would be sterilized of life. And he asked himself, what would an intelligent civilization do in that situation? Well, first of all, they'd try to figure out if they could get out of there. If they could actually preserve their lives and the lives of their descendants, perhaps crowd into spaceships and fly across interstellar space until they found a suitable planet to colonize.
But could it actually be true? Could we really be the descendants of an alien race that traveled here from another world?
The ultimate implication of some exobiological theories is actually that we ourselves are extraterrestrials, that life on Earth arose because organic material was brought here from elsewhere. What if we're the ones, the descendants of those who came from another planet? We were created, we were brought here, seeded planet Earth as a colony from some other planet. So we're colonists of another race, And that's why the aliens look like us.
In my opinion, it's not unscientific to consider the possibility of ancient astronauts, alien intervention. We live in a huge universe. Now, bacteria versus humanoids, one may say that's a big difference, but in some ways it's not a big difference. Where you have life, you have the ability for that life to develop into what we consider civilization or intelligent beings.
Is it just a coincidence that modern science and ancient alien theory have come to the same conclusion? That life on Earth came from the stars.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need. With full business functionality and a design tailored just for you. Customize every element of your website and watch your vision come to life in minutes. Control everything from the biggest tasks to the finest details. Personalized, optimized, ready to go live.
And if it's possible that billions of years ago, an extraterrestrial race spread out across space, how would they survive in their new home? Could they really be our missing link? For thousands of years, mankind has tried to depict alien beings who they believe came from the skies. Many of those creatures seem to share characteristics with humans. They often have 2 arms, 2 legs, fingers, and a head, just like we do. Biologists refer to this basic body shape as bilateral symmetry.
Bilateral symmetry is very simply you divide something down the middle into 2 parts, and lateral means up and down, and the 2 sides are an exact reflection of each other. If you fold the thing in half, all the parts line up.
Bilateral symmetry evolved relatively early in the evolution of animals, several hundred million years ago.
Being bilaterally symmetric allows you to be streamlined and to develop a head end, so you become cephalized, and that certainly happened in vertebrates. Virtually the mouth at the end of something, and then you get progressive development, and that seems to have led to many, many advances.
So when you look at it closely, you can see a lot of advantages coming in. Having the 2 arms and the 2 legs to work together really give you great mobility and balance and speed. Having eyes on 2 sides separated give really improved vision in various ways. Animals that are predominantly prey use their 2 eyes independently and get a huge field of view. Animals that are predominantly hunters have them more in the front and get really good depth perception, which you need if you're going to land on the animal you're hunting.
If it is true that aliens resemble humans in their physical characteristics, might there also be genetic similarities? Could we even be related? In 2003, the U.S. government announced that the Human Genome Project had identified all of the nearly 25,000 genes in the human body. For the first time, scientists had a roadmap to the genetic makeup of humans.
Human genomes are the ones which are transmitted from parents to children. Each human genome, that is the one that we get from our father or the one that we get from our mother, has 3 billion letters, billion components. Everybody thought that would open lots of possibilities to study human heredity and perhaps for medicine and other applications.
In 2006, genetic researchers at the University of California at Santa Cruz discovered an area of the genome they called HAR1 that appears to be unique to humans. Scientists believe the HAR1 gene plays a critical role in the advanced development of the human brain and is a key element that sets us apart from other animals. But where did it come from? Did humans develop this distinct gene naturally through evolution? Or did it land here from another planet? Francis Crick, the British scientist who helped discover the structure of DNA, believed that human genes could not have evolved by chance.
Crick didn't feel in that period of roughly 600 million years from the formation of the planet down to the time when the planet could first support life, there was enough time for DNA to evolve by accident. It's an enormously complicated molecule. Crick gave this analogy. You would be more likely to assemble a fully functioning and flying jumbo jet by passing a hurricane through a junkyard than you would be to assemble the DNA molecule by chance in any kind of primeval soup in 500 or 600 million years. It's just not possible.
But if this molecule could not have evolved accidentally, how was it created? Was it, as some believe, put there on purpose?
The question should not be, do the extraterrestrials look like us, or what do the extraterrestrials look like? But do we look like the extraterrestrials? Because according to the ancient astronaut theory, a long, long time ago, extraterrestrials came here and through a targeted mutation of our genes, we quote-unquote became human.
Possibly, there's information in our DNA about whether human evolution was manipulated or not. The DNA is almost deciphered, yet we only understand 5% of the information it carries.
Geneticists have determined that it only takes about 5% to clone a human being, and that 95% of that genetic material that we have in our bodies is nothing more than what they refer to as genetic junk.
Why is everything there? And there's probably parts of the DNA that don't have an obvious current function. Maybe they're left over from something that was used in the past, kind of like our appendix is left over.
Could this genetic junk hold the key to the evolution of humans? Some people suggest that decoding our DNA entirely will unlock startling information about our origins. But could it even prove that aliens played a role in our development thousands of years ago?
If you hypothetically wanted to record an eternal message that could be decoded by a creature that had eventually evolved enough intelligence to decode it, and the place to put that message would not be on some monument or in some text which might be swept away, but actually on the DNA of the creature itself. It's recently been established that DNA is a recording medium of almost limitless power. It would be technically possible to record the entire knowledge of a civilization on the DNA in our bodies. All you'd need is a way to access that information.
I think we have something, the whole humanity, in our genes. Somewhere in our genes it is coded that extraterrestrials were here thousands of years ago.
But the questions persist. If aliens visited Earth tens of thousands of years ago, how did they get here?
Walmart Black Friday deals are live. It's time to shop. Get this 50-inch Hisense TV for $138. This Fisher-Price toddler toy for just $5. And so many more deals you desire. Shop Walmart Black Friday deals now through the 17th.
When we look to the past for the answers, are we looking in the wrong place? Should we actually look forward to our future. Scientists agree that the best chances of finding alien life will be on planets similar to ours. And descriptions of extraterrestrials seem to resemble humans in many ways. Some ancient astronaut theorists draw a surprising conclusion from these facts, suggesting that aliens might actually be human.
It is odd that many of the descriptions of aliens are effectively humanoid, and this raises an interesting possibility. One idea that's been put forward is that these are not extraterrestrials at all, but they're time travelers from the future.
They could be us from 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 years from now. Let's assume for a moment that 10,000 years from now on this planet, if we all survive, that time travel was created. They've invented it. Just like the time machine of H.G. Wells' days. They can go back or they can go forward. So let's assume 10,000 years from now, we decide to come back to see us. Maybe they have changed physically. They look like the alien Greys or whoever they may be.
It could well be that ancient astronauts might not be creatures from other planets at all, but time travelers from 2720 in a time machine.
Time travel is an essential concept for science fiction. But would it be possible for flesh and blood humans to find a way to transport themselves through time with current technology? Would this enable us to cover the vast distances of space?
If I could travel close to the speed of light, I could reach the year 3000, say, in a couple of years. I have to get very close to the speed of light for that, but it's doable, and we know that this isn't a theory, this is real physics. We can demonstrate these time-warping effects. So you can reach the future quicker by traveling close to the speed of light.
The concept of time travel was first proposed by Albert Einstein in 1905, when he published his theory of special relativity.
Ancient astronaut theory says that astronauts visited us a long time ago from somewhere else. The technology involved in doing that, we would assume, would be similar to what we understand now. I mean, we know special relativity is a law of physics. It holds anywhere in the universe. Ancient astronauts that come all the way here travel these large distances and not age that much relative to their home planet. Because if you're going close enough to the speed of light, you will have slowed down time enough that when you get back, hundreds, thousands, or even millions of years could have passed.
One limitation to this method of travel is that because a spacecraft has mass, it theoretically cannot reach the exact speed of light. The resulting reduction in velocity would then dramatically increase the amount of time needed to cross the vast universe.
Well, there's definitely many theories about how extraterrestrials got here, how their propulsion system got them to planet Earth. They're surely not coming here the way we go out into space. They'd never get here. They are finding different ways. They have either developed a new form of propulsion, or they're able to travel through what I've always believed, wormholes throughout the universe that would instantaneously put them here.
The idea of wormholes was first proposed in 1935 by Albert Einstein and his longtime collaborator, Nathan Rosen. They began to explore the possibility that space and time could literally be bent to create a time travel shortcut.
Wormholes have not been detected. They're a postulated structure in space that involve actually taking, if you want to think of a sheet of paper, bending it in half and connecting the two pieces that you get together. A wormhole is thought to do something like that. The space gets warped and it connects between two different parts of space. You know, there's predictions about what they would look like, there's theories about them, but we haven't detected one yet. You're not actually ever traveling faster than the speed of light, you're just cutting corners.
You don't actually have to go light speed and travel for light years to someplace. You literally go there through a wormhole and through hyperspace and bang, you're there.
If you can have a wormhole in space, then it can be turned in principle into a time machine. And so travel back in time as well as forward in time would then be possible. The problem is, where do you get your wormhole? It's not inconceivable that wormholes were made in the Big Bang, coughed out along with everything else. There might be one out there in the universe we could harvest and adapt to form a time machine.
If you end up discovering that you could make wormholes, then that increases the range that you can explore in space. And that increases the likelihood of having two civilizations at the same time with the right technology to communicate with each other.
While theoretically possible, traveling through wormholes or at the speed of light is currently impossible for us here on Earth. Using modern propulsion methods, it would take 70,000 years to reach the nearest star.
Fastest rockets are totally puny. It's really pathetic. So we're talking about 0.01% of the speed of light if you're lucky. Any object that we could fire out of the solar system is going to take tens of thousands of years to reach the nearest star.
Believe it or not, at 4.6 billion years old, our solar system is one of the youngest in the universe. But if civilizations exist in other galaxies, is it possible that they are more advanced than those on Earth? And if so, could they be ahead of us in their ability to travel through space and time?
For extraterrestrials to come here through the vast reaches of space to our planet, they clearly have to have technology that's way in advance of what we have today. To go from solar system to solar system rather than going warp speed like in Star Trek, you're really going to travel as they do in Star Wars, where you're jumping through hyperspace. Going from a solar system to solar system is no time at all.
Just because we can't travel from star to star does not mean another more advanced society can't do it either. I think that's the height of human arrogance to say just because we can't do it, another more advanced civilization can't do it either. So, you know, we have to stop looking at us that we are the pinnacle of creation, because we're not.
Celestial beings. Visitors from the skies. Deities descending from the heavens to interact with man. Could these worldwide stories be the foundation for the prevailing belief that something greater than ourselves, from beyond our world, created the universe as we know it? Almost all of the great world faiths are based on stories of celestial beings who visit Earth. Many millions of people accept these legends as part of their core beliefs. And from the earliest cave drawings to images at Roswell, we see artists' interpretations of extraterrestrials or gods coming to our planet.
In many traditions, there is something coming from above. There's a stairway to heaven, or there's a whirlwind, or angel descends. Sometimes the encounter is quite dangerous, as would be appropriate to something awesome and larger and more powerful than we are. Usually it is memorable.
Many of the myths are much more specific, and they really talk about gods physically coming to Earth, landing, doing miracles, and showing the people how to live.
If visitors did come from the stars, is it possible that they actually changed the way ancient people thought? Did they provide an intellectual spark to prehistoric civilizations? Could that be the reason why so many different cultures could build such large and lasting monuments?
It's almost as if primitive man woke up one morning and went, hey, I've got this knowledge and I know how to make tools and I'm going to go and build all these things. Nah, I don't think it happened that way. I think others came down to this planet and started teaching other people that were beginning to evolve. But the one thing I truly do not believe is that modern cavemen at the time basically created all this knowledge out of thin air.
All around the world, we have concise descriptions in ancient texts which say, word for word, that some beings came from the sky. So it's as if this intellectual Big Bang, or this Big Bang of knowledge, occurred in various periods of time. And those various periods of time, most concisely, always correlate with some type of description of gods descending from the sky.
I do think of that as a very significant before and after moment in the human story, and it is not a moment that is linked to physical evolution. We've already got the hardware. It's as though something happened to our software around about that time, and I think it's a very intriguing moment in the human story.
For supporters of ancient alien theory, the verdict is already in. They believe that aliens visited many of Earth's earliest cultures thousands of years ago. But is it possible? Are extraterrestrials responsible for the sacred creation myths of the first human civilizations? Might they have tampered with our DNA? Are humans themselves aliens from another planet in the heavens, or even from another time? While man continues to search for these answers, the questions remain. If they came here, what was their mission?
We've never spoken, but you've told us many things. That you love stargazing, hate parallel parking, and occasionally your right foot gets a little heavy. The Lexus ES didn't begin in the studio, it began with you.
It's here. Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. Rich, sweet, salted caramel? Caramel. Whatever. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist. Gotta be Wendy's.
We call Earth home. But with perfect conditions for life, could it be a beacon calling out to other intelligent civilizations that may exist in the universe?
I think there is life, simple life, bacterial life, microbial life, on other planets. I think we're going to find that. And who knows, maybe one day we'll find some other planet that's capable of sustaining life, that has evolved people over a long period of time, that are also looking up at the stars, wondering, is there anybody else out there? Are we the only ones?
What bigger question could we ask about ourselves and our place in the universe? You know, is there life elsewhere in the universe, or are we it? I mean, I think it's one of the most fascinating questions, and we're fortunate enough to live in a time when we can address this question scientifically and really try and get at some answers.
You can then come up with a conclusion that something, one, very strange is happening on this planet, and two, if it's coming from outside of this system, then we're being visited by something that has some intelligence behind it.
In the end, the truth wins. And we've seen this in history, where scientific theories or ideas that have been deemed impossible turned out to be true. And so it is my firm conviction that the same will count for the ancient alien theory.
But are these mere myths? Or are they beliefs rooted in scientific fact?
They will attack, and they will drink blood, and disappear without ever being noticed.
The blood is the thing that reconnects the world that we live in with the world of the dead.
Avatars have the power to take dead people and bring them back to life. Well, what kind of powers would you have to do that? The powers of an extraterrestrial?
Millions of people around the world believe we've been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, are there extraterrestrial origins in earthly stories of the undead? Thebes, Egypt. Along the west bank of the Nile River lies the Valley of the Kings. Here, in 1922, archaeologist Howard Carter discovered the 3,000-year-old tomb of the pharaoh Tutankhamun.
When Howard Carter opened the burial chamber of Tutankhamun, it was the first time anybody had seen the burial chamber of a pharaoh.
Untouched since the pharaoh's death in 1333 BC, the tomb was full of the boy king's earthly possessions.
It's very much the idea of having what you would have had in your house in this world with you to be there in the next world. And part of this whole idea of the tomb's a magical machine to bring you into the next world.
To help Tutankhamun on his journey into the afterlife, the walls and ceiling of his burial chamber were decorated with illustrations from the Egyptian sacred Book of the Dead.
The Book of the Dead was a collection of spells relating to the transition between death and rebirth. The basic idea was to provide the dead person with what they needed magically to get through, because there were various trials and tribulations to be faced before you were reborn into the next world. They had to encounter various demons. Everything from giant cockroaches to horrendous beings with knives instead of heads. All sorts of nightmarish visions you had to get through. And one of the things the Book of the Dead does is to explain how you deal with these various demons.
Inside Tutankhamun's tomb, the archaeologists also discovered a sarcophagus with the young king's embalmed body, well preserved, with vital organs removed and sealed in jars. Like many ancient Egyptians, King Tut was mummified based on the belief that upon entering the underworld, his body would regain its powers of movement and speech.
There seems to have been a kind of belief that the stellar or astral aspect of the dead king maintained a contact with the tomb, and that the soul would return back to the physical body.
The ancient Egyptians believed the tomb was the vessel in which the deceased's body, attended by its visiting soul, journeyed to the world beyond the grave.
We today see the idea of being placed in a coffin and put underground as something like simply the disposal of the dead or the burial of the dead. For them it was far more than this. It was like going back to the primordial womb of a sky goddess whose name was Nuit, and she was represented by the Milky Way, and by doing that you would eventually all go back to being a star. It was believed that the soul itself could become a star.
The practice of preserving a dead body, or embalming, did not begin with the Egyptians. Embalmed human remains have been found in Chile and Peru, dating to 5000 BC. But what compelled ancient man to preserve their bodies after their deaths? Did they really believe they would return to Earth, body and soul? If so, what had they seen in life that would suggest that such a thing were even possible?
Throughout history, mankind has consistently believed that when they died, they would go to the stars. The Egyptians believed that too. You have to ask yourself, where did our ancestors get these ideas that on our death we're being transported to the stars or to another world? Wouldn't this have come from extraterrestrials?
The techniques that were used were given to the ancient Egyptians by the gods, the guardians of the sky. Who were these guardians of the sky? Well, according to ancient astronaut theorists, they were flesh and blood extraterrestrials.
Tests on Tutankhamun's remains confirm that he was the son of Akhenaten, the controversial Egyptian pharaoh often depicted with a large, misshapen skull. Like their father, the skulls of both King Tutankhamun and his sister, Meritaten, also appear to have deformed shapes.
Archaeologists have found that in Egypt, like Tutankhamun or his sister, who is this statue here, Meritaten, had these strange, elongated heads. You have to wonder, were they trying to imitate extraterrestrials who look like this? Or perhaps they, in fact, were extraterrestrials, and this is how they naturally looked.
On the other side of the world, in the ancient city of Paracas, Peru, archaeologists uncovered hundreds of mummified remains dating to 300 BC. Many contained elongated skulls.
What makes Paracas unique is that the elongated skulls are found in great numbers here, dating at least 3,000 years old, if not older. The only other place in the world that we find these are in Egypt during the reign of Akhenaten.
It would seem as if this type of skull demarked these people as different to the local community, and probably because they believed that they were descendants from original individuals that had heads that were elongated and that were serpent or viper-like in appearance.
Ancient civilizations all around this planet have always depicted some of their ancients as being strange-looking figures. Long heads, big noses, creatures that could be human, but they sure didn't look human.
If, as some researchers suggest, the practice of elongating skulls was done to mimic the head shape of highly highly intelligent beings ancient man came in contact with, then could the belief in preserving the body for the journey to the afterlife also have been based on some contact with superior beings?
I'm suggesting that mummification is based on our ancestors who watched extraterrestrials getting ready for a flight through deep space. One possibility is to be frozen or to be put into animated sleep where you're inside this quote-unquote sarcophagus, this coffin, and so our ancestors might have watched this type of preparation and they misunderstood this for the gods dying. And so our ancestors mummified themselves in order to be ready for the return of the gods with the hopes that the gods would reanimate them from the dead in the future.
Could ancient man really have had contact with visitors from other planets? If so, could they have learned from them the secrets of life and death? Secrets about preserving their earthly bodies so that someday they might walk again. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, Central Africa. Stretching across this mystical land is the world's second largest rainforest. Here, according to scholars, the word zombie originated around 500 BC. According to most archaeologists and language experts, ancient Africans used the word Nzambi to refer to one's primary spirit. They believe that a person has two souls, one called the great angel and the other called the little angel.
The little good angel represents your identity, your ego self. And upon death, the little good angel sits by the grave for a few days and then rises before God. The big good angel also sits by the grave for 9 days and can be stolen, and you can be made into a zombie. The spirits who rule over that crossroads between life and death are called the Gede.
The Gede spirit is not the spirit of the graveyard, nor is he the spirit of death. He is actually the spirit of the gateway to the graveyard. When you die, he opens up the gateway to the cemetery to let you pass life into death. But also, he can open up the gateway to let you pass back from death into life. That's why he is the spirit who's responsible for zombies. In most of the traditions about zombies, zombies are called into being or called back from their graves unwillingly, and it's usually under the control take the body down or cutting the body up so you couldn't reanimate, cutting the head off or burning, distributing the ashes. All out of the fear that this creature, this being would somehow return.
Today, stories of the reanimated dead are most closely associated with the Haitian practice of voodoo. But beginning in the 1500s, voodoo priests performed mysterious rituals in order to create and control zombies.
The voodoo zombie is essentially harmless, otherwise it is told to commit acts of violence. Most importantly, the voodoo zombie is an individual. It is controlled by a master. It is controlled usually by some form of supernatural powers.
There are a couple of different kinds. There's the zombie as the disembodied spirit, but there's also that more traditional concept of a body that has lost its soul and is just automatically enslaved and working for a zombie master.
But where, or from whom, does the strange power over life and death come from? According to ancient astronaut theorists, there is evidence of strange otherworldly entities that communicate to humans through intermediaries known as priests, shamans, witch doctors, or demigods.
Many different religions have different ways of conceiving of specialists who might be able to intercede in the cosmos. So, for instance, in the Native Americans, we find shamanism, who very often are held as people who can intercede between the spiritual realm and the mundane realm here on Earth.
It's quite possible that some of the first doctors were the disciples, the students of some of the extraterrestrials. So they had the knowledge which helped them to be higher than the rest of mankind.
Perhaps the most famous story of an intermediary reanimating the dead appears in the New Testament of the Holy Bible. According to the Gospel of St. John, it was here, at El Isaiah, 2 miles from Jerusalem, that Jesus of Nazareth resurrected a man who had been dead for 4 days.
Jesus was so moved, the Bible says he wept. As he looked at the tomb and was moved by the weeping of Mary and Martha, he decided to raise Lazarus from the dead. So he approaches the entrance to the tomb and literally calls out to Lazarus to come forth from the dead. In my opinion, there's no scientific explanation for the raising of Lazarus. It seems that Lazarus' soul was actually reunited with his body, that he was just not a walking dead or the undead, but he became himself raised from the dead.
So here are special people who have the power to take dead people, bring them back to life. What kind of powers would you have to do that? Powers of an extraterrestrial?
Could there really be an extraterrestrial connection between living humans and the world of the dead? Is it possible that human souls travel through space and time, much as space travelers might? If so, would this shatter the belief in the existence of heaven? Or would it be the very proof mankind has been searching for centuries? believe the Zapotec Indians worship a bloodthirsty Mayan god with the body of a man and the head of a bat. They call him Kamazans.
The iconography is rather striking. The image of a half man, half bat. Man with the head of the bat, wing-like cloak spread out with the crosses of bones in the lining. The Zapotec people in the Oaxaca area of Mexico believe that winged creatures, bat-like creatures, come in the night. They will attack, they will drink blood, and disappear without ever being noticed.
This is simply a sort of anthropomorphic bat, which was worshipped by the sacrifice of libations of blood. So what they did was they cut themselves and poured it into a bowl and offered it to the god.
Blood was a very important substance to the mind. That is what gave humans life. Blood and breath was what the essence of life was. That's where this Kabul, this divine essence, resided in blood and in breath. When you would die, you would enter into the underworld. It was called Shivalva. Then, if you defeated the lords of death, you would then ascend into the heavens and become one of the revered ancestors. Blood is the thing that reconnects the world of the living with the world of the dead.
Some of the earliest archaeological evidence shows that blood rituals were present as far back as we can search.
Legends and myths of supernatural beings with traits similar to vampires are a part of nearly every ancient culture. In Hindu folklore, for example, the Vatana was known as an evil spirit that took demonic possession of corpses. The Indian goddess Kali was also intimately linked with blood sacrifices.
Kali becomes the destroyer, and she is portrayed as a high-neck woman with a whole number of arms, each carrying a sword. She is the goddess of death and destruction. Her eyes are red, and she drips blood from her mouth.
She's known to take infants from their crib and drink their blood.
In North America, early Cherokees believed in a bloodthirsty creature that slaughtered humans, drank their blood, and ate their livers. Known as the Oruta, this demon was said to possess eternal life while feeding on the living.
The notion of the thing from the spirit world traveling to the various Indian nations was a great theme among not only the Cherokee but also the Zuni and Arapaho.
But who or what are these mysterious creatures? And where did they come from? Might they be as ancient
leave the body, very often this is because this person who died was just so bad, so evil, that they were able to not go on to the other world or to heaven or even to hell, as the case may be.
Empire is not part of this world, and is not a real part of the next world. And it is halted in its progression. And that's why most empire legends and stories involve the release of the soul of the empire so it can complete the journey to the other side.
White blood and the unique chemistry of it serve as a kind of cosmic fuel, one that connects the living to the dead, the human to the inhuman, the earthly to the otherworldly.
Within the Mayan culture had a fascinating ritual. The High King would slice himself into nail organ to intentionally bleed and have a rather extensive bloodletting, which of course would alter his brain chemistry. This would lead to an altered state and a vision which would indicate the future path for the nation.
Certainly in that state, or an altered state, they had access to other worlds. So there was universal belief in contact with the stars, and that the stars came down and made us in the first place, and that one day we would go back there.
Blood is the life force of human,
And it was very important to extraterrestrials too. There's something very special about our blood. So we have to think that if these blood sacrifices aren't some distortion of what was originally just extraterrestrials showing us how important our blood was.
White bloodletting, both the shedding and the drinking of it, had been, as some scholars suggest, a chance to commune with the gods and a bid to attain godlike immortality. Or did early humans simply create myths and stories about undead vampires and zombies as a means of communicating their ancestral connection to extraterrestrial beings? And if these beings actually existed, might they not return? Judgment Day. The day of reckoning. In Judeo-Christian and Muslim traditions, it is the day at the end of time, when God will return and descend upon earth to judge the living and the dead according to the good and evil of their earthly lives. Consistent with the most commonly held beliefs, God's return will follow a sequence of events, including Armageddon and the annihilation of all creatures, the resurrection of the dead, and the reuniting of all souls with their physical bodies.
The day of reckoning is when each man and woman is going to be held accountable for every word that they've said, for every action that they've done, where God will judge the souls of the living and the dead for anything that they have done on this planet.
The Jewish belief is that, except for a pristine few, most souls will go into a period of review, about a year, in which they go through their lives and see the things they've done wrong, learn a thing or two, and then go on to the world to come.
Now, the Muslim for Islam, everyone dies, and God raises them all back to life, and there is nothing but judgment, and the good Muslims will be taken to paradise, and the bad ones will be thrown into outer darkness.
Christians believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and that he will return to earth on the day of reckoning to pass judgment on all souls, both living and dead. It is also the reason why Christians believe the human body should be buried and not cremated after death. But could the tombs and graves of the world really open one day?
to believe God creates a human being at the moment of conception by infusing into the newly formed embryo an immortal soul. And that fusion of raw material and soul is what makes the human person. That's why at the day of reckoning, there has to be the resurrection of the dead, so that humans are restored to their original unity as body and soul combined.
This day of reckoning, you will find the souls of the departed will be reunited with their physical body, which will be raised from the dead and reconstructed, probably genetically, by God Himself.
Ancient cultures throughout time also believed in the return of their gods and the day of reckoning. In ancient Mesoamerica, the Aztecs believed in feathered serpent gods that created the universe, who would return one day to destroy evil and bring peace.
In Central America, Coptic tribal, the feathered serpents was this wisdom bringer, sometimes said to have come down from the sky world to spread this heavenly knowledge and wisdom and to bring salvation to the world.
Dating to 150 BC, the Dead Sea Scrolls prophesies that the sons of darkness will be destroyed, and the sons of light will live in peace for all eternity. And the concept of an omnipotent God who will return on Judgment Day also appears in one of the so-called lost books of the Bible, the Book of Enoch.
The book of Enoch talks about this great judgment for the unrighteous, that they will be judged for fire, that the Son of Man will come with 10,000 fiery angels, and they will judge mankind. After the final judgment, the Bible says the new heaven is created, the new earth is created, and the new Jerusalem descends from heaven onto the new earth. The New Jerusalem is this cubical city, 1,500 miles long, wide, and high, made of translucent gold. Many people will theorize that maybe it's some sort of spaceship, some sort of UFO.
But could there be an alien or extraterrestrial origin to the biblical stories of final judgment? Might it be, as ancient astronaut theorists contend, the day when we are once again visited by alien beings, or perhaps alien ancestors?
Some thousands of years ago, extraterrestrials were here. They created first mankind by artificial invitation. And now one day they return. And of course the judgment will be, have you done what we were expecting for you? And the ones who understand what happened in the past, they will not be shocked, because they knew and they expected all the time what will happen.
In my mind, it's when the extraterrestrials genuinely return to our planet and announce themselves. And at that point, the humans who have achieved enlightenment will join with their brothers, extraterrestrials, ancient astronauts who created us, and will all return to the stars.
Is it possible, as ancient astronaut theorists propose, that in the end we are destined to encounter our alien origins? And if so, is there really truth to the notion that our existence does not end with death? And is there a world between life and death? One which leads to another, perhaps, extraterrestrial plane? April 1983, Carmel, California. Along the scenic coastal highway, 27-year-old Jessica Haynes was sitting in the passenger seat of a friend's car as they headed north was rushed into surgery, where she had an extraordinary experience.
In the evening, I felt a presence enter the room. It was a very loving presence. There was a sense that I would shift into a different dimension. And in telepathy, the voice said, if you want to let go, it will be okay. I was aware that I would be leaving my body. And I said, yes. I was instantly in another place. I no longer had a body. I was now a point of light. After a while, as I experienced this and seeing a light appear, and I pulled into light, attracted me, and merged into it. It was filled with thousands and thousands and millions of sparks of light. Beautiful. I thought, I'm home. I'm home. There's a sense that Earth, people, what I've learned, things that I've done, became more and more of an illusion. And there are presences on either side, very lovely presence, not male, not female, pretty much all energy, and everything simultaneous. So, looking at my life again, I realized I wanted to get back.
Like thousands of other near-death accounts, Jessica's story featured elements that were eerily consistent. The bright, white light, the notion of a gateway or tunnel, the presence of loved ones, and a feeling of peace and security.
It is uncanny that these people all seem to talk about the same thing. This funnel, this effect, this ability to transfer from one point to the next. And they all seem to be going down the same path. The more people know about near-death experience, the more they realize that the profound evidence that underlies the concept of near-death experiences are real.
The Greek philosopher Plato documented the story of a soldier named Pharaoh, who claimed that when slain in battle, his soul went forth from his body and journeyed with many gods through a tunnel of light to a mysterious place. Pharaoh was shown by the gods that good souls were sent up to heaven and were gloriously rewarded. But the bad souls were sent down to a realm where they were first punished, then purified, and finally resurrected.
What's interesting is that so not only have we seen the rewards and the punishments, but seeing how it is that souls are reincarnated. This is what's really radical about this. This is totally new in the Greek world. Is this conceiving of the soul not only as immortal but reincarnated perpetually. What's exciting is that multiple lines of evidence are pointing to the reality of the soul. In other words, there does seem to be that spiritual, unearthly, non-physical part of us that absolutely can transcend and survive death and go on and indeed live forever.
Like these often reported near-death experiences, really be proof of an afterlife, proof that there is an eternal soul, that virtue is ultimately rewarded and evil eternally punished. Or might these compelling accounts provide evidence of another, much more extraterrestrial reality?
Based upon the commonality of this white light experience, it seems like what the individual experiences is simply moving from one state to another. And that as they do that, they will move through something that could be described as like a wormhole.
A central tenet of the Indian traditions of Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism is expressed in an ancient Tibetan text that advises the living on how to prepare for the afterworld. The text suggests concentrating one's mind on a wormhole through which the soul can travel to a cosmic universe. If done successfully, the soul is liberated from the cycle of life and death. If not, the soul is reincarnated into the body of a newborn.
It's like we have an instinctual knowledge that with our death, passing from this existence, that
we are to this other world. At the point today, we could find ourselves at the other end of the universe. When we die, most cultural traditions talk about traveling from this world to the next or returning to our original home. You can look at it as the possibility that all of these places are simultaneously coexisting. There will be different layers of different dimensions coexisting simultaneously, all interconnected.
In the Law of Biogenesis, published in 1864, the chemist and microbiologist Louis Pasteur proclaimed that life evolves from pre-existing life, not from inanimate material. According to this landmark theory, life is an unbroken chain of living organisms that go all the way back to the origin of life in the universe. If true, who or what is the origin of human life?
All life on this planet is interconnected, and our own lives are connected back to the primordial life and the very beginning of life on this planet.
Could the legends and myths of life beyond death that sprung from countless civilizations over thousands of years have been mere man-made fabrications? Or might the so-called legends really be truths that have been passed to our ancestors by ancient astronauts? Perhaps what awaits all humans is not death, but a profound knowledge. One that will reveal the truth about earthly and otherworldly origins.
Not with the private corporation. We want to make it that is I use the bomb multiple times a day. I use it at 6 in the morning where I'm cold after I drink a hot beverage. When you're listening to moisture, I would say.
When you play, life tastes better. Let's play with Carolina Wright.
Prehistoric sculptures of reptilian beings.
Something significant happened. Something that would alter our understanding of human history.
Weird, elongated skulls. Nearly 4,000 years old.
It would seem that those elongated skulls were people who were somehow half alien, half human.
And ancient myths of small gray beings with large heads and black oval eyes.
There have been descriptions of gray beings going back hundreds, if not thousands of years.
All around the planet, ancient evidence points to strange otherworldly visitors. This data suggests, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that physical extraterrestrials visit Earth in the remote past. Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if we're true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And if so, might science finally reveal the truth behind the mystery of the graves? Roswell, New Mexico. July 3rd, 1947. A flash of light streaks across the sky and crashes in the desert near the Roswell Army Airfield. Rancher Matt Brazel hears the impact and investigates the next morning. He reports what he finds to authorities.
The field of debris was like nothing ever seen before.
other words, it would resume its original shape when it was crumpled up, if you like. This sort of suggested the possibility that something very strange had come down at Roswell.
And they find 5 alien bodies. Alien because they do not look human. Using hermetically sealed, smaller coffin-sized boxes, these bodies were transported and looked at, medically analyzed, and then shipped off to various classified research.
They're described as the classical gray, 3.5, 4 feet tall, black wraparound eyes, slits for a mouth, long arms, depending on which description, between 3 and 5 fingers.
At first, U.S. military personnel announced that they had recovered debris from an unknown spacecraft. But later, they reversed themselves.
It was 24 hours later that the military completely changed its story and said, sorry, we made a big mistake, it was just a weather balloon. But of course, no statement was made as to how trained military personnel couldn't tell the difference between a flying saucer and a weather balloon.
But why did the military change their story? Was it because they found something else? Something otherworldly, as ancient astronaut theorists believe?
People who claim to have been associated with the crash at Roswell claim that there were several alien bodies recovered. It's very strange that they would talk about beings. We also know that the mortician was called and that they were asked to come up with small new caskets. Something obviously happened at Roswell. What was it exactly? We really don't know, but I think it was out of this world.
This is kind of the core of the Roswell legend. Our government, which is in a democracy supposed to be of the people, by the people, for the people, is covering this up. The second thing that is implicit in this legend is, of course, that extraterrestrials have been visiting the Earth.
But if alien beings did in fact crash at Roswell, who are they? And what do they want? September 19th, 1961. According to news accounts, Betty and Barney Hill were driving through Hampshire late at night when a large flying saucer rapidly approached them and then hovered over their car. They saw strange figures through the windows of the crowd. And mysteriously, the couple also reported complete memory loss of the 2 hours immediately following the encounter. No one really knows to this day what Betty and Barney Hill saw. However, the details of their case do reflect on various other versions of alien abduction. I say alien abduction because some of the pieces of information that they discuss, the loss of time, seeing beings that actually came out of this craft and associated and interacted with them and weren't human.
Ultimately, under hypnosis, they would call being brought out of the car and taken aboard the ship. It was a legitimate abduction, and that Betty pleaded with her captors, if you will, that not to harm her. As she laid on this table, and experiments were done on her, like a needle being inserted into her stomach. Barney relates a number of skin samples and sperm being taken from him.
The beings described by Betty and Barney Hill is the classic case of a grave. Now, there are variations in the size and dimensions of these beings, but they all seem to have the same characteristics. Slim, skimpily bodies, large oval heads, large oversized eyes. The Hills were the first documented case of an alien abduction in modern time. But it is not the last. Since the 1960s, there have been many more similar reports, including that of Kim Carlsberg,
species, or whether they're trying to bring these hybrids back to this planet one day when the environment changes. But in my opinion, something very strange is happening to these people trying to be like.
There's an overabundance of testimony from just too many people who say that they remember these types of creatures and having been taken by them. I think the grays make perfect sense. Now, the question is, where are they from?
So if you think about the gray alien, the large head, small body, why are these the aliens that are so often rejected? And for scientists really have sort of two sides that you like to think about. One is, why do we reject them that way if, they're just our projection? And if they did really exist hypothetically, were intelligent life what's radically different? And I think there the answer would be very much yes.
But what can explain the similarity of the grays described by abduction victims? And why do recent descriptions match ancient depictions of so-called sky gods that are all around the world? Might they be from the same race of otherworldly beings, as ancient astronaut theorists believe? Something can be said about a potential presence of grays in the remote past, because there are some figurines and some cave drawings that look like grays. There are some statues in ancient Sumeria, but we can also find cave drawings in Europe and, for example, in Australia, where the heads feature a triangular shape with the big almond eyes. Cave paintings in the Kimberley region of Australia, nearly 5,000 years old, could be among the earliest depictions of grays ever discovered. According to local legends, the carvings are of ancient spirits called the Wangina, who appeared during dream time to create the landscape and influence its inhabitants.
Really what you have there is a typical depiction of your gray alien being. The almond-shaped eyes, the almond-shaped head, because quite often you find in rock art various strange creatures there, but not necessarily the gray. Perhaps in the Kimberley caves, the depiction of the gray is really extraordinary.
The Wangina were beings that descended from the sky and essentially jump-started civilization in and around Australia. In fact, the originals of today still pray to those beings. And to me, that is significant because what we have here is what I refer to as living mythology. That these mythologies have been kept alive over thousands of years. And to me, there is no coincidence in that. Like alien beings known as the Greys, really have been visiting Earth for thousands of years, as ancient astronaut theorists believe. Perhaps the answer can be found, not in the stars, but in man's earliest depictions of sky gods. Iraq, a region once known as Mesopotamia. Located on the east bank of the Tigris River, opposite the modern city of Mosul, lie the remains of the ancient city of Nineveh. Here, in 1849, 6,000-year-old Sumerian clay tablets were discovered that contain the earliest known form of written records. Interpretations of the accounts engraved on the tablets speak of an alien race called the Anunnaki, who settled in Sumer and bred with humans.
illustrations of them on canyon walls. But in some cases, researchers believe the depictions of sky gods match modern-day descriptions of the graves.
In Hopi culture, there are spirits called kachinas that represent really beings from the other world. They really are a mixture of nature spirits, earth spirits. Some of them also really take on almost aspects of very powerful ancestors or gods. These are otherworldly creatures.
The translation of the word kachina is very simple. It means teacher. The kachina were not a part of the spiritual world, but they were in fact a part of the physical world. They descended from the sky in what the Hopi referred to as fiery shields. They would touch down on earth, spend time with human beings, teach them, give them knowledge, and then they would use the same quote-unquote shields to fly back into the sky.
Kachinas were physically living with them. And at some point it is said that the Kachinas took to the mountains, specifically the San Francisco mountains outside of Flagstaff, and that later they disappeared.
The Kachinas in the Hopi culture are known as gods, and this term gods I use loosely because we now look at the information and wonder if they're possibly extraterrestrials. Now what's interesting is this theme is replicated across many different cultures. The gods come here and find our human females attractive. So this is the same thing reported by the Hopi Indians.
But if brave aliens came to Earth in the distant past and mated with humans, where is the physical evidence of this union? Researchers point to numerous elongated humanoid skulls found on several continents. Might such remains actually be of a hybrid species, part alien and part human, as ancient astronaut theorists believe?
One of the things that you see around the pyramids here on the coast of Peru is that they're associated with these skulls. It would seem that those elongated skulls were half alien, half human. And in fact, some of the recent DNA testing that's been done here in Peru is indicating that these people are somehow half human and have some other race.
Well, this enormous groups is a phenomenon which is worldwide. We found it in Central America, we found it in South America, we find it in Egypt. So I think in the very, very beginning, these extraterrestrials, they must have had longer heads than the normal
spacecraft finds trace amounts of water frozen underneath the soil. The discovery of an element so essential to life raises speculation that Mars may have been home to alien life forms in the distant past.
Now, when we start scouring the solar system for evidence of an alien species, what we're really beginning to find out is that Mars is by far the best candidate.
Given that our local solar system already has an example of 2 planets, one that clearly has life equal here, and then one like Mars that just hasn't started, and they just said it was in the wrong place, or not quite right, it didn't keep going, gives hope that there really is more life elsewhere in the universe.
Mars has a special place in our consciousness and our folklore, going back to the time of really the ancient Greeks. But this becomes more important as we get closer to the end of the 19th century, where you have reliable astronomy, powerful telescopes that can see, for example, some of what are called canals on the planet Mars. People have begun to imagine a civilization that perhaps existed long ago on Mars, created these canals for transportation or for other reasons, but then something cataclysmic happened. That possibility of life on that planet was destroyed, and so the denizens had to flee and go somewhere else.
Is it possible that Mars was once a fertile planet like the Earth? And if so, might it have been home to a species of beings we call the Greys, as some ancient astronaut theorists believe?
All mythologies consider Mars to be the planet of war, so you cannot exclude that sometime in the past, this could be 10,000 or 100,000 of years ago, Mars had a civilization. And the civilization destroyed itself, whatever the reason was, and somehow the winners in the situation escaped to Earth.
Our ancestors were also convinced that there was life on Mars. Mars has always been singled out as this cosmic twin of planet Earth. It's almost as if it's somehow part of our DNA that somehow tells us we need to go to Mars. And if we did have a brother at one point, the likely chance is that we're going to find evidence of this brother on Mars. Everything which we know about non-human life, contact in the past or in more recent times, it is somewhat humanoid. And so, to find out that this species would have base on Mars is, I think, very much in the line of expectation.
Any type of species on Mars today would probably be subterranean. Now, this is an interesting piece for the idea that the Greys occupy Mars. We know that here on Earth, we do see evidence of subterranean activity. Maybe the Greys actually came from Mars. But if Mars might have once sustained life, and possibly intelligent beings, might other more distant planets of the universe also have supported life, and perhaps even a thriving civilization? December 5th, 2011. Scientists using NASA's Kepler Space Telescope confirmed that they have found 2 planets orbiting a distant sun-like star that are in a narrow range of space within their solar system called the habitable zone, in which a planet might have water and perhaps sustain life.
So there's been the recent announcements of the Kepler B and new planets, and it's been a very exciting period for astronomy. Our telescopes have gotten put up to finally find planets around other suns. We have them around ours, why would we be unique?
Kepler 22b is an example. 2.5 times the size of Earth, rotates on a 290-day orbit, very similar to our own properties here on Earth. Potentially the Greys or various other aliens that have been visiting us come from other worlds that we're now finally starting to look.
And so what we're having here is really the threshold. Science, NASA in this case, has really made a lunge forward in saying we have lacked the field of possibility. We've entered the realm whereby the ancient alien theory is no longer a theory, but it's really coming closer and closer and closer to evidence in no proof.
I think it's very possible that Kepler will find more and more planets some Earth-like. They've already come up with a
Teotihuacan. The word Teotihuacan means where man met with the gods. The main reason why Teotihuacan was being built there was because at one point some type of extraterrestrial contact took place at Teotihuacan. According to researchers, Teotihuacan's three main pyramids were built in precise alignment with the three bright stars of the Orion constellation. And astonishingly, the smaller structures along the broad avenue were positioned to represent our solar system. Teotihuacan has a main road orientated north-south. And on this main road, we have different buildings, mostly pyramids. Every building has the position of one planet in our solar system. The distances between one building and the next correspond with the distances of the planets in our solar system, including the asteroid belt, which in our solar system we have in the center of the sun. That means Mercury, Venus, Mars. Between Mars and Jupiter is the asteroid belt. Then comes Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, etc. But the constructors of this could not have known this. Where does this knowledge come from?
When you look at pyramids themselves, they are a special geometric form. And the locations of many of these pyramids can also be mapped out into geometric grid patterns on the Earth. And you have to think that whoever is guiding such a precise network of pyramids must have been a very advanced culture, probably extraterrestrials.
These are strange structures, and if you look at them, you just say, number one, how did they build this? Primitive tools, if they had tools at all. I think there's one of two things going on this planet. Either Earth is very old and life started much earlier, and human started millions of years before we think they did, or there was some kind of extraterrestrial help.
We seem to have megalithic monuments and information across cultures around the world that seem to be coming from some type of outside source. It goes back thousands of years. We have artifacts, for instance, in random places like Armenia. There are actual reliefs of what look like gray aliens. Sumer, modern-day Iraq, we find figurines, little statues. They look like gray aliens. Evidence that we see here is that the grays do exist. Thus, the discovery of just possibly life-sustaining planets add credence to the evidence of gray aliens in our recent and prehistoric past, as ancient astronaut theorists believe. Perhaps further evidence can be found in ancient stone carvings of strange creatures known as the reptilians. Chichen Itza, Mexico. Vijayanagara, India. And the Forbidden City in China. All across the ancient world are numerous pyramids and temples dedicated to what the ancient inhabitants referred to as sky gods. But is it possible, as some ancient astronaut theorists contend, that the so-called sky gods were in fact another form of gray alien, known as the reptilians? All throughout Central and South America, people worship this winged serpent. But it gets even better, because halfway around the world, in ancient India, we find the stories of flying snakes again. They were very aware that snakes cannot fly. However, whatever it was that they saw flying around in the sky could best be described as a winged serpent. Stressed out? Time to refresh your rhythm with
researchers believe that before settling on primates, great aliens may have viewed reptiles as Earth's dominant life form, one they could exploit for reproductive purposes. If so, might the greys have combined their genes with the DNA of reptiles to create hybrid reptilian creatures that for a while coexisted with early hominids on Earth? And might this explain the numerous ancient depictions of reptilian beings? In ancient India, we have the Naga, half man, half snake. It was allegedly a creation by the god Vishnu or Krishna. And who were these gods? According to the ancient alien theory, the gods were nothing else but genetic products of extraterrestrials.
Sharks are an interesting subset of the hybridization. They are quite reptilian in nature as well because they are a species which tend to go underground. Now when we make a comparison to UFO folklore, we quite often find or hear that some of these entities prefer the underground or live in underground bases.
If you go back even to the biblical days, the description of Satan is somewhat reptilian. It's very possible he was a reptilian extraterrestrial, and that the human beings of the time just interpreted that as something from the heavens.
There are various reports in South America, even in Asia and China. We have this similar reference of reptilians and kings being denoted as a dragon symbol. So there must have been some type of global influence that took place from a reptilian source.
In ancient Chinese culture, we have 4 dragon plates, and they are the deities of the sea. And it is said that they had a crystal palace underneath the ocean. But it is not mythological in the sense that it is completely invented. Somehow these weird creatures made contact with the early Chinese and hence were remembered in Chinese mythology.
Not only do they have reptilian characteristics, but supposedly they can shapeshift. Actually become another type of form of a body, a human being, alien versus human. Now, a lot of these things are hard for us to grasp and understand, but throughout time, there are reports of these reptilian creatures having amazing abilities, even the ability to change their shape. Some researchers have also theorized that the reptilians may have battled hominids for domination of Earth, resulting in the near extinction of the hybrid species and forcing survivors to go underground. There's clearly evidence that ancient man were witnessing things, whether it be extraterrestrials visiting us or beings that lived in the underground. We don't know, but there are clear references of some type of advanced humanoid reptilian being that has influenced our cultures. One such legends and depictions of reptilian serpents and dragons have been prehistoric man's way of documenting their encounters with supernatural hybrid creatures produced by gray aliens, as some ancient astronaut theorists believe. Perhaps the evidence may even show that we are more closely connected to the graves than ever imagined. Washington, D.C. The National Institute of Health. Here, in 1990, scientists began the Human Genome Project to identify every gene in the human body and determine what makes up our DNA. This scientific breakthrough may allow us to manipulate human evolution and alter the human race. But is it possible, when we have become masters of human evolution, that we may finally understand the true nature of gray aliens.
When you look at the physiology of what we think the grays are, large head, huge wraparound eyes, spindly body, you have to ask yourself, does this make sense in an evolutionary sense? The answer is no, but does it make sense that these beings are bioengineered? The answer to that is yes. That's what the grays really, I think, most realistically are.
I believe that extraterrestrials found on this planet a species that they were able to change the genetic code that would allow them to interact and secure the longevity of their species. We're the product of that. We're the genetic carrier, if you will. One of the reasons why they're still abducting us. That tweaking of the genetic code is still going on. The grays are our space brothers. I don't think they're necessarily evil. We're an end to a means.
Could extraterrestrials have directed humans? You sort of need two things to happen. One is the life form would have had to be carbon-based like us, presumably, because the chemistry has to work. The second thing is you would need basically the same genetic type structure. So you could imagine if there was another planet with fairly similar conditions that gave carbon-based life forms, what would evolve, there is a good likelihood that you would get species like us. And if they were close enough, then of course they could interbreed with humans on Earth.
Why would they be creating a hybrid being? Is there something that's going to happen here on Earth where our genetic makeup maybe won't be able to survive some type of solar activity or something that we can genetically modify it so that we can still survive? Is it for our own good as humans, or are they doing it for their needs as aliens? If gray aliens intergrow with humans, might their biology and appearance be a reflection of their more advanced evolution as a species? And if so, might they provide a hint of what humans may look like in the distant future?
Even though the grays kind of look very different to us, you know, the larger heads, the smaller bodies, the big black eyes, in terms of evolution, you need hands, you need fingers and thumbs, you need eyes, you need ears, you need a mouth, you need to be able to communicate. Because you would need that type of form to really advance yourself as a civilization.
When you're a super technologically advanced race, you don't really need big muscles. You don't really need sex organs if you're being genetically engineered. Biologically and cybernetically, the most likely to function in the capacity that they do. Super large head, for example, houses a hell of a large brain, easily their greatest asset. It's a brain that allows them to have cognitive capacity probably vastly beyond what we're able to have. It's a brain that allows them, most likely, to have telepathic capabilities that are beyond the capability of most humans.
I tend to subscribe to the theory that we are in their image. Sounds like the book of Genesis, doesn't it? But it's very possible that ETs, who look like we do, or should I say we look like they do, came here, did a little manipulation, genetically altered what was here on the planet, created the Adam and Eve, turned it into modern man, and then left for whatever reason.
There is a missing link. The missing link is ET. They changed our genetic code eons ago. And through a process of evolution, you have the human development to the point where we're going into space. Our evolutionary process is a direct result of genetic manipulation by ET.
But could an alien species, such as the Greys, really travel to Earth from a about the graves. What is the secret to their mysterious origin? And why, if they exist, do they appear to be so interested in our world? Are they here to study us? To communicate with us? Or are they really coming here to warn us of our future? Volcanic eruptions. It will cover the sun for years. Devastating earthquakes and tsunamis. Also, the extraterrestrials themselves are influencing some of these events. And asteroids smashing the Earth, causing massive extinctions.
What we're seeing is that this is done on purpose.
Have the world's worst global disasters been the result of nature's fury? Or have they been triggered by more supernatural forces?
I don't think we can rule out the idea that this is the work of highly advanced technological aliens seeking to obliterate the human race.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true? Did ancient aliens really help to shape our history? And could there be an extraterrestrial connection to some of the world's mega disasters? Japan, Friday, March 11, 2011. 43 miles off the northeast coast, a massive 8.9 magnitude earthquake produces an explosive upheaval of the seafloor. 200 miles away, in Tokyo, buildings shake violently. Within half an hour of the earthquake, a powerful 30-foot tsunami strikes the northern coast of Japan and sweeps across the landscape, reaching 6 miles inland, destroying everything in its path. Local officials estimate that over 19,000 lives were lost in the rapidly rising tide.
Tsunamis are basically made for a giant sea wave because it's fairly coherent, has a lot of energy, it will travel over a large distance. And it's really a matter of scale more than anything else. It's huge enough to cause huge amounts of damage when it hits the shore. These have to be generated by a large pulse of energy being put into the ocean. And the most common source of that is a massive earthquake under the ocean floor.
They're used to earthquakes in this part of the world. But the fact that they have such little time, they just couldn't get away from it. So you can be a very sophisticated, first world developed country. You can be a superpower and still have these kind of mega disasters come your way.
According to Japan's Kyoto News Agency, in the days following the devastation, thousands of UFOs were sighted over Japan. If true, what might this mean?
It's interesting to note that when the tsunami occurred, there was suddenly an increase of UFO sightings in that area of Japan. So you have to think, well, are the extraterrestrials particularly interested in what happens to us in certain catastrophes? And life changes
the largest of the Greek islands. Here, in 365 AD, this once quiet province of the Byzantine Empire was destroyed by a devastating underwater earthquake and subsequent tsunami. According to Roman historians, the tsunami also hit Alexandria, Egypt, and other cities along the Mediterranean coast, causing great destruction.
The Crete earthquake of 365 was one of the great natural disasters of the Mediterranean world. So this was an earthquake that was probably 8 on the Richter scale, so it was very large. It produced a tsunami, and it raised the Isle of Crete by 9 meters, so it was an extraordinary event.
The ancient Greeks attributed earthquakes to the god of the sea, Poseidon. According to Greek myths, Poseidon was known as the earthshaker because of his power to provoke earthquakes, sea storms, and tidal waves.
Ancient people would have described natural disasters to the gods as a really logical reason, because first these events are deadly, so their lives depend upon trying to appease or please gods who control those things. Crete was said to be the home of the god. There are caves today in Crete which we can visit, which are identified as being the place where he was raised from a baby to an infant. So when you find that something is happening in Crete in early Christian times, you really have to ask whether this is somehow going to change the future of mankind.
This may be the wrath of Poseidon, because what was happening at that time was the early Christians were struggling against a resurgence of paganism. And that tsunami came to destroy finally all the pagan religion in the area. And so modern Christianity became dominant.
Miami is crazy.
Love and Hip Hop Miami new season Monday, November 18th at 8 on VH1. Extra absorbers, even for your messiest meals. Very napkins. Elevate every day.
But was the god Poseidon merely a figure of myth and legend? Or might this supernatural being have had a more otherworldly origin, as ancient astronaut theorists believe?
Poseidon was always depicted as holding this weapon or instrument, his trident. And this trident could cause earthquakes and tsunamis. It could control the oceans with his trident. You have to wonder if this trident wasn't some high-tech extraterrestrial device.
The weapons used by these Greek gods can be compared in some ways to modern weaponry. It's interesting that the United States Navy developed nuclear missiles for its submarines with the names Poseidon and Trident.
Perhaps this was Poseidon carrying out some sort of wrath on ancient Crete for finally rejecting him as a god.
Is it really possible that mega disasters caused by earthquakes and tsunamis could be triggered by alien technology, as some ancient astronaut theorists believe? And if so, might such catastrophic events have been provoked to change the course of human history? Perhaps further evidence can be found in modern military technology, designed to use the weather as a weapon of mass destruction. Katie, 7.0 magnitude earthquake slams into the Haitian capital of Port-au-Prince, causing massive destruction. It is the country's most severe earthquake in over 200 years.
An earthquake that doesn't affect anyone is a natural hazard. When that natural hazard makes landfall and affects the population, that is when it becomes a natural disaster. When it's a huge system that affects a lot of people with death and destruction, then we term it a mega disaster.
According to local news reports, missionaries in Haiti videotaped a strange ball of light floating in the sky less than 24 hours before the earthquake.
UFOs have been reported throughout history connected to earthquakes. Scientists used to disregard the idea of earthquake lights up until the 1960s when they were actually photographed in Japan. Finally, they had to take notice that, yeah, there are strange aerial phenomena that go along with earthquakes.
Often referred to as earthquake weather, scientists have linked this strange phenomenon to the geophysical activity that precedes an earthquake.
Earthquakes are basically when the plates on the surface of the earth move relative to each other in a sudden fashion. The sudden motion releases a lot of energy.
If they were simply tectonic plates that gave off, like, for example, a discharge into the air, they would burn out pretty quickly. But we are talking about dry plates that hover and linger.
Could the sudden discharge of immense energy really have produced strange lights in the skies above earthquake zones? Or might the lights in the apparent natural disasters have had a more technological origin? In 1996, the United States Air Force commissioned a secret study called the 2025 Report. In it, the military examined the feasibility of combat capabilities and tactics in the year 2025.
One of the areas that was seen as ripe for research, exploitation and development was the modification of the weather as a tool of warfare. People might think the idea that we could weaponize the weather is something just straight out of science fiction, the idea that we could pulverize whole nations just by modifying and exploiting the weather. And this is a verifiable report that is now in the public domain. So we do know that government and military bodies are significantly researching weaponizing the weather.
One of the big advantages of using weather as a weapon is that it's really difficult to prove who attacked. The other thing is that weather itself can cause a heck of a lot more damage than weapons do. You could have, for instance, a powerful thunderstorm that could go all the way across the U.S. cause basically nuclear level destruction all the way across a huge swath.
There have been many attempts to control the weather during warfare. One of the most famous attempts was in Vietnam. In which there's real effort to seep clouds over the Ho Chi Minh Trail and create torrential rains. By flooding the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong supply lines, it would reduce their artillery and choke off supplies to guerrillas in the south. So certainly we've had success in seeping clouds.
If the weather can be manipulated by the military to produce powerful storms and even catastrophes, is this only a recent innovation? Or is there evidence of the weaponized use of weather in the ancient past? Tales of a great flood destroying the world can be found in the earliest myths of many ancient cultures across the globe. Both the Hebrew Bible and the Islamic Quran describe an epic flood in the tale of Noah's Ark.
God was unhappy with the people for their sinful
chosen few to survive.
God created humanity to perform whatever labor they were supposed to do. But what happened was that, according to the old Mesopotamian stories, human beings just started causing too much trouble. They became noisy, they became rebellious, and it was just time to wipe them out. And that's actually what's recorded in those old creation stories.
But did such stories of great floods engulfing the world really spring from man's imagination? Or were they real? If so, might such devastation have had an otherworldly origin, as ancient astronaut theorists believe?
If the human race in the early 21st century is now weaponizing the weather, why shouldn't aliens from some faraway world already be done? If ancient aliens were able to weaponize the weather, then I don't think we can rule out the idea that possibly some of these great ancient floods may not have been the work of gods. It could have been the work of highly advanced technological aliens actually seeking to potentially obliterate the human race.
There are more than 1,000 different flood myths from cultures all around the world. And the tendency has been for archaeologists to say that that's simply because people's fantasies work in the same way. But I also think there's a much simpler explanation for why the flood myth is so universal. It's a memory of what happened at the end of the Ice Age. What's much more mysterious is that coupled with these memories of global devastation, there are also memories of almost godlike beings, incredible powers and abilities who were caught up in that cataclysm.
The news stories are really very interesting. What they all say is that the angels, the gods, whatever we want to call them today, they basically just got tired of humanity, where there's a wanton intention to wipe out or thin out the human race.
Right there, we have a perfect example that maybe the extraterrestrials were unhappy with Homo sapiens, and it is possible that they then created some kind of catastrophe, some flood to eliminate mankind. But it's also possible that the benevolent extraterrestrials warned us about an impending catastrophe so that not everyone would be destroyed. Could the mythic floods of the ancient past really have been the result of extraterrestrial influence? Or is it possible, as some ancient astronaut theorists contend, that aliens may have actually helped mankind survive nature's fury? Perhaps further evidence can be found near one of Earth's most dangerous places, active volcanoes. The Republic of Indonesia, Southeast Asia. This archipelago, encompassing over 17,000 islands, is home to 129 active volcanoes. Here, in April 1815, the Meltem volcano exploded in a cataclysm of fire, smoke, and ash. The amount of material discharged into the atmosphere, estimated to have been 120 cubic tons, makes the event the largest volcanic eruption in recorded history. With a death toll of nearly 71,000 people, it was the world's deadliest eruption.
It had quite an effect worldwide. The year of 1815 was known as the year without a summer. And the reason is because very large volcanic eruptions inject a lot of ash and aerosols in the atmosphere, and it can actually lower the global average temperature.
Volcano on its own is not a disaster, but when it erupts and affects large groups of people, certainly
center of the world. Strangely, this revered volcano is located just 29 miles from a mysterious ancient Buddhist temple called Pharaoh Akhenaten.
Whenever we are confronted with certain temple sites, some of them are obviously more interesting than others, but in this case we have a very interesting location, because it is said that this mountain is the center of the universe. We will always find that this is linked somehow in mythology with the ascent or the descent of a very important god, sometimes a created deity or somebody else.
Built during the 8th and 9th centuries, the Pharaoh Akhenaten temple was designed in the form of a stepped pyramid and features a large round dome on top, encircled by 72 statues of Buddha, each seated in a bell-shaped enclosure called a stupa. Is it possible, as ancient astronaut theorists believe, that the temple and stupas were built to honor otherworldly beings and their spacecraft that arrived at Mount Malapi in the ancient past?
There is no question that Borobudur was a place of pilgrimage that was built only because something significant happened in the remote past in that specific area. The volcano was so huge for them, so incomprehensible, that they, over time, built stupas all directly to the sky, because each stupa on that complex represents a chariot of the gods with which to actually reach outer space.
This is a very specific shape for a temple. It's almost as if it is a flat-top pyramid with something sticking up top there as if something has landed. And then the question is, why did they construct it so specifically? Was it something which was visually remembering as to what had happened there, or what was still happening on a regular?
All over the world, volcanoes often have some god associated with them who's controlling the volcano, causing earthquakes, causing devastating eruptions. And in fact, in Indonesia, the people there believe that there's an entire city of gods inside Mount Merapi. When I read stories of ancient volcano gods descending or ascending from and into volcanoes, then I think to myself, are we really talking about something here that's a figment of our ancestors' imagination? Or is there some truth behind these stories? And the answer is yes. It was not some type of spiritual event, but it was where extraterrestrials descended from the sky in nuts and bolts spaceships. But what is it about volcanoes that seem to attract celestial visitors? And might they have the power to trigger volcanic eruptions? Hawaii. Here, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, lies Mount Kilauea. Spewing lava almost continuously since 1983, it is the most active volcano in the world. According to ancient Hawaiian legends, the volcano is home to Pele, the goddess of lightning and fire.
She lives in the enormous volcano within a crater, and I've been up there. It's a big crater, and you can imagine how a goddess could live there. She has come from a place of the clouds, a place in the sky, and that's mysterious. We don't know where that is.
Is it possible, as ancient astronaut theorists believe, that the origin of the Pele legend can be traced to contact with extraterrestrial beings? researchers believe further clues can be found in one of the driest and deadliest places on Earth. The Sahara Desert. Stretching across northern Africa and covering nearly 3.5 million square miles, it is one of the hottest and most formidable places on Earth. With an average rainfall of only half an inch per year, humans have fought a relentless battle to adapt to the harsh environment or die.
Historians often look at the Sahara Desert and wonder what it is that created this particularly inhospitable, desolate area of the planet.
But in the Algerian Sahara, in the region of Niger, numerous cave paintings, some estimated to date back as far as 8,000 BC, depict a time when the land was lush and teeming with life. But if so, what happened?
The scenes that you see in still in Niger are totally bizarre. They're showing a Sahara that was once fertile, with giraffes, antelope, other animals we find only in Central Africa, really. And combined with them are these bizarre pictures of what even the archaeologists have called the Martians and the spacemen. They have strange helmets on and suits. They look exactly like extraterrestrials.
The petroglyphs that we find there are incredible. They look like modern-day astronauts. With suits, with helmets, with visors, and according to the legend of the Zuni region, the natives were visited at a time when a climate change was about to happen. So is it possible that the reason why we have these depictions of these ancient aliens is because they assisted the native population at the time of climate change to move into a new area of habitation? Did alien beings visit this region thousands of years ago? And if so, might they have warned the local population of an enormous climate change? One that would trigger a vast migration. Ancient astronaut theorists believe the answer is yes. And for evidence, they point to the ancient legends of a West African tribal people known as the Dogon.
According to the Dogon themselves, they were guided by their alien fish god, the Nomo, to this area near the Niger River where there's a lot more water. So they had to transit across the inhospitable Sahara to find their homeland. And their own explanation is that alien gods led them to this fertile area where they could establish their civilization.
The Nomos described coming down in some type of flying craft. The Dogon tribe gave some very interesting details, which sound like a UFO. A large spinning disc that made a lot of sound and wind as it descended to Earth, and the Nomos appeared. So this is a very interesting story, which is replicated by many different cultures, of seeing beings descending from the heavens to Earth. Were they gods, or were they extraterrestrials? Even today, the Dogon believe they are the children of the Nomo, strange gods who came here from the Sirius star system.
The Dogon tribe looked up at the star system of Sirius, and they are convinced that they were visited here, and they were told about a star system, a binary system, that we didn't know about. But years later,
grave by a Neolithic people known as the Hongshan.
The Hongshan people in China are known to have strange carvings, jade statuettes, showing long-headed people looking very much like extraterrestrials.
But most curious among the Hongshan's ancient carvings is this one. An image of what many scholars and archaeologists consider to be the depiction of a massive comet or meteor. Similar to one that researchers believe struck the region around 3000 BC.
The evidence that we have that there was a massive catastrophe at that time, approximately between 3113 and about 3116 BC, is so fascinating. A whole team at Harvard and Princeton took a look scientifically at the Peruvian ice shelves there in the Andes Mountains. And they dug down, and they said there was a massive planet-wide glaciation of the Earth, a gigantic catastrophe that froze woolly mammoths with tropical vegetation in their mouths, froze the entire planet at that time.
But how is it possible that these ancient people could have known of a catastrophic meteor strike that wouldn't occur for another 116 years?
Seems like they were possibly warned by their extraterrestrial gods of this coming catastrophe and were able to leave and relocate somewhere else.
If we argue that this carving was done before the event took place, then somebody must have given them this knowledge. And in the ancient astronaut opinion, that knowledge was given to the Hongshan culture by extraterrestrials.
The question whether this is by coincidence or somehow by some intelligence who could bring up these meteorites and comets, our ancestors were absolutely convinced that there was intelligence behind it. You might have certain comets which are programmed to bring life. You might also have certain comets which are programmed to bring destruction.
Might the Hongshan people, like the ancient ancestors of the Dogon tribe, really have received warnings of impending catastrophes from extraterrestrial beings, as many ancient astronaut theorists believe? If so, why? Did alien visitors really want to save the lives of Earth's human inhabitants? Or were they trying to achieve something more? Something that might forever change the course of human history. November 8th, 2001. a devastating collision the result of chance, an intergalactic accident? Or might it have been a planned event, as some ancient astronaut theorists believe? And if so, why?
The reason that some kind of alien force would want to create the extinction of dinosaurs and other large animals would be to make the Earth safer for people. The idea of tidal waves and earthquakes, catastrophes causing mass extinctions, the Earth becomes a better place to live. We're able to have our civilization in a much more protected manner without having to worry about giant animals crashing into our house all the time.
One can ask the question, why would extraterrestrials do this? Well, the answer is very simple. We are their product. We are their offspring. They treat us as creator beings, and we are their offspring. And they're able to make decisions about humanity based on their needs. So perhaps their needs were satisfied and they decided they didn't want humankind around anymore, so it's just as easy to wipe them out as it is to continue to perpetuate their existence.
Aliens are visiting us, and they're not necessarily hostile, but the very fact that there have been UFO sightings during earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, tornadoes, is this a concern?
We look at as humans from the religious side, or if you look at the humans from the scientific side, we look at us as the greatest. Something so gigantic, wonderful, like humans does not exist somewhere in the universe out there. I could imagine that the extraterrestrials, one day they have enough of our arrogance and ignorance, and they say, we try to teach you now since centuries that you still believe you are the greatest thing out there in the universe. So we have enough, and we punish you again. You have to wonder if extraterrestrials, with their super technology, haven't been involved in some of these catastrophes, actually creating them to change history.
We know that our ancestors survived some of the greatest disasters. And on each occasion, there is always an intelligence out there who's willing to tell us and help us in making sure that we survive. And the question is, if something is going to happen in the future, are we going to be relying once again on the non-human intelligence to help us? Devastating earthquakes and deadly floods. Catastrophic eruptions and planet-crushing collisions. Are Earth's mega disasters simply the consequence of natural events? Or is mankind simply a pawn in the great cosmic experiment, one engineered by otherworldly forces? Might alien beings be manipulating human history in an effort to test us, to make us stronger? Or are they paving the way for Earth's future? A future where humans will no longer exist. Amazing inventions, centuries ahead of their time.
The helicopter, the airplane, the submarine, all of these were Leonardo da Vinci's concepts.
Paintings said to contain hidden messages. It's only a portrait, and yet it seems to have dimensions and mysteries that have yet to be explained.
And sophisticated robots designed more than 5 centuries ago. People would never have seen something like this that was able to move on its own. Leonardo da Vinci is considered one of the most brilliant minds the world has ever known. But what was the source of his profound intellect?
He was absolutely immersed in finding out, maybe even proving that we were not alone.
Millions of people around the world believe we have been visited in the past by extraterrestrial beings. What if it were true?
effort docks with the International Space Station. Its mission, to deliver the most advanced model in robotic engineering to date. Robonaut 2. But believe it or not, this masterpiece of modern technology is the latest in a line of humanoid robots whose design is based on illustrations created more than 500 years ago by Leonardo da Vinci.
When you look at Robonaut 2, you can trace his lineage back to Leonardo da Vinci. The basic design and structure and ideas you can see in what Leonardo was working on.
They're like three-dimensional blueprints. You could virtually create a being from these, which is essentially what the NASA engineers did.
Leonardo holds the position as the greatest human genius that we know. He had very high intellectual ability, extraordinary creative range, and used them to accomplish quite a bit.
Leonardo is somebody who's able to operate across all these stages, which is very unusual. He's trained as a painter, a sculptor. He manages to move into geometry, optics, mechanical design, anatomy, geology, and so on. And in each of these, he has extraordinary insight. So if we're wanting to talk about the universal genius, which is a very Renaissance idea, then Leonardo is the definition of that.
Leonardo da Vinci's work, covering a staggering range of disciplines, is still influencing science, technology, medicine, art, and numerous other fields, nearly half a millennium after his death. But just who was Leonardo da Vinci? Was he simply a man of profound intellect and imagination? Or is there perhaps something more to his genius? Leonardo Piero da Vinci was born just outside Florence in Vinci, Italy, on April 15, 1452. He lived during the height of the Italian Renaissance, an era marked by great artistic and scientific achievement, and a universal quest for knowledge.
Renaissance is French for rebirth, and it saw itself as giving birth again to the values that they somewhat romantically attributed to the classical past, to ancient Greece and ancient Rome. And they see the 1,000 years that have passed between Rome and the rise of the Renaissance as a dark age. And they want to bring the light of humanism back to the world with intellectual and artistic innovation.
Florence was larger than London, larger than Paris, and larger than Rome. At the time Leonardo lived there, all these bright people had gathered.
But while the Renaissance is considered an age of enlightenment, it was also a time fiercely dominated by the Roman Catholic Church.
When you come to the Renaissance, the church is pretty much running everything. So every artist, pretty much anybody who can read and write is either in the monasticism of the church, and of course the church is the main patron for all the different artists in the Renaissance.
At a time when everything was subject to the scrutiny of the church, a young Leonardo da Vinci accepted one of his earliest artistic assignments, the illustration of a wooden shield for the likeness of the mythical Greek monster Medusa, a gorgon who said was literally covered with live snakes.
Leonardo drew Medusa so brightly that his father believed that he was actually looking at live snakes.
But why, when most prominent artists of his day were painting images from the Judeo-Christian Bible, would Leonardo have chosen to depict a mythical Greek monster? One that many ancient astronaut theorists believe may have been based considered that their most notable collaboration during this period was the Annunciation. A scene depicting the moment when the Virgin Mary is informed that she will soon be made pregnant with God's child.
Pinocchio seems to have begun the picture and become some traditional medium made tempera, which is a binder for the pigments. And at some point Leonardo intervened and finished the picture, and he painted an angel.
In 1989, experts in Florence performed an extensive examination of the Annunciation to verify if the angel in the painting was truly the work of Leonardo. After close expert and scientific inspection, it was concluded that it was undoubtedly the artist's work. But they also discovered something strange and unexpected. When subjected to X-rays, Leonardo's angel became invisible.
Pinocchio used lead-based paint for a few parts of his Virgin Mary. Leonardo, on the other hand, seems to use rather different pigments.
Leonardo completed it using a non-lead-based paint, which is why when you look at with certain X-ray technology, Leonardo's angel disappears. Now, why would Leonardo, being the apprentice, finish his mentor's work with a different type of paint? And one possibility is that he was leaving some type of message because he was notorious for hiding things inside his own paintings. Might Leonardo da Vinci really have painted the angel, knowing he would be creating a secret message that wouldn't be discovered for 500 years? And if so, why? Some believe the answer may be found by examining the next phase of the legendary artist's life.
From the years of 1476 to 1478, there is a gap in his life. We don't really know where he was or what he was doing in those years.
There are years in which he disappears from the historical account. There is a hiatus, and we don't know even what town he was from, much less with whom he was working or what he was doing.
What could account for a man of Leonardo da Vinci's stature literally disappearing from all known historical records, especially when it was precisely during this period when he was just beginning to come into prominence?
One possible scenario here is that during those years, Leonardo da Vinci was, in a sense, tutored by some special individuals, people who were showing him things that a normal person wouldn't necessarily see. Perhaps like the biblical prophet Enoch, who was
performing an act that during the time was a crime punishable by death, the dissection of human corpses.
Leonardo was brought from Milan to the Vatican, but because the Vatican had these great catacombic depths, they were very cool places, and so you could dissect the body without losing it to decomposition. A number of autopsies we know were performed in the Vatican, such as the nose of the Pope, who of the Sixth Catholic Church was the frigid death.
She stopped at nothing to find out about the human body. He buys dead bodies, even though there is a penalty of death on doing the things he is doing. It's like he cannot stop himself. He needs to know. Da Vinci has this extraordinary drive to go and understand why the fact that it might kill him.
In his 36 months at the Vatican, Leonardo da Vinci documented dozens of dissections with incredible detail. But to keep his work secret, his notes on human anatomy were recorded in code using a device known as mirror writing.
We know from early in his life, Leonardo adopted mirror writing. At a later point in his career, it could also serve his purposes.
Mirror writing is writing backwards. Why did Leonardo do it? He wrote backwards so prying eyes couldn't see what he was writing.
He realized that the things that he was working on, including various inventions of human anatomy, were something that the church would not approve of. So he had to do these things in secret, and he knew that it was dangerous.
Da Vinci implemented mirror writing in all of his creations, and he most certainly was not playing games when he did this. It was in order to preserve the knowledge that he had gained from the uneducated masses. But why was Da Vinci so obsessed with the workings of the human body? What secret and forbidden knowledge was he trying to uncover or reveal? Florence, Italy, 1503. Leonardo da Vinci begins work on a portrait commissioned by a wealthy silk merchant for his wife, but it is a painting he will never part with, obsessing over every detail for what would be the last 16 years of his life. The Mona Lisa.
It is only a portrait, and yet it seems to have dimensions and mysteries that have yet to be explained.
Mona Lisa's smile is not the kind of smile that we tend to see in portraits. She thinks she knows something we don't.
What starts as a portrait and representation of the woman turns into something quite different. It turns into a kind of philosophical meditation on board's intellectual concerns.
What was it about the Mona Lisa that would so consume the final years of Leonardo da Vinci's life? And why would he dedicate so much of his time to a single 20 by 30-inch portrait?
There are a lot of theories that Leonardo has secret symbols, secret messages in his paintings. Everything he's doing is rethinking even traditional subjects from the very beginning and really imagining them in new and creative ways.
All his life, Leonardo da Vinci incorporated a technique called mirror writing. Is it possible that he also used a similar technique in his artwork, leaving hidden messages that can only be revealed with the use of mirrors?
Mirror writing is something which defines him. And so the possibility that he was also using the mirror as an inner dimension whereby he needs to have the mirror to see certain things within his painting, that would be something which I think we need to explore.
At Northeastern University in Boston, Massachusetts, graphic designer Terrence Mason uses computer technology to search for hidden messages in Leonardo's masterworks.
brushstrokes, even more so than the composition of the painting shows our shepherd shielding his eyes. It's definitely not an angel or a cloud. Something's flying and it's unidentified. So, quite impressed. We have a 16th century painting of the UFO.
It's as if the painter is trying to depict some divine messenger, and those depictions apparently are of UFOs. And here we have the Renaissance painters basically bringing us Jesus and a UFO together in the same painting. During the Renaissance, people like Da Vinci may well have had knowledge of extraterrestrials.
Like the mysterious images in Renaissance paintings, the evidence that Leonardo and his contemporaries had encounters with extraterrestrial beings during the 15th century. For the answer, ancient astronaut theorists turn not to Da Vinci's artwork, but to his incredible inventions. The Boeing AH-64 Apache helicopter. This four-blade, twin-engine attack aircraft has a top speed of 192 miles per hour and can reach heights of 21,000 feet. It is also able to fly just a few feet above the ground in an effort to avoid radar detection. But even more amazing than this modern-day aerial marvel is the fact that its construction may have never been possible without the designs for vertical flight first drawn up by Leonardo da Vinci nearly 500 years ago.
Helicopter, the airplane, the submarine, all of these were Leonardo da Vinci's concepts. He invented all the modern weapons that we're actually using today. If we had developed the various ideas, concepts, and scientific discoveries of Leonardo da Vinci, there is an argument to be made that we possibly could land somebody on the moon in about the 1800s.
He was quite significant before his time, and many of his devices could not have been constructed during his time. They didn't have the technology.
One design of Leonardo that the inventor was actually able to realize during his lifetime was this one, the world's first fully functional robot. In 1517, at the famous Chateau de Clou in Amboise, France, 65-year-old Leonardo da Vinci presented King Francis I with a gift in the form of a full-size mechanical lion. Like the replica that exists today in the Chateau Museum, the mechanical lion moved independently and was able to display amazing dexterity.
From the accounts that we have of Leonardo's lion, we know that it moved across the floor on its own power. The vast majority of people who were watching this presentation to me would probably have encountered the mechanical lion with fear because, in their experience, they would never have seen something like this that was able to move on its own.
But how did Da Vinci even conceive of such an elaborate and sophisticated device? One that wouldn't be duplicated for another 300 years.
He was challenged by the engineering. How do I get a robot to walk? Even if it's a lion robot, and even if he didn't use the word robot, he did create a functioning robot.
For Leonardo to take his idea from his drawings and to literally be able to project their use in the future is just remarkable. It's giving credit to all mechanical and robot ideas that we have today.
Here at the Leonardo da Vinci Machines exhibition in St. Louis, Missouri, Italian artist the tech was a bit impractical and was not built till centuries later. This is Leonardo da Vinci's underwater breathing apparatus. Leonardo theorized that you did not want to exhale into the air that you were inhaling. He had the idea for carbon dioxide, and he brought down another tube that you'd exhale into that tube, only receiving fresh air from the surface.
We invented the air compressor. Somebody onshore or on a boat could press down and force the air through the tube to the helmet, allowed it from the British replicated the Leonardo design. It worked.
But of all Leonardo da Vinci's incredible inventions, perhaps the most impressive are those involving aircraft technology. Nearly 400 years before the Wright brothers' first flight at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, the 15th century inventor had designed numerous flying machines, including a hang glider and an aircraft that operated like a modern-day helicopter. This is Leonardo da Vinci's famous hair screw, and this is the first attempt that we know of for vertical flight. This was designed to have 4 human beings run around in a circle providing power, literally screwing it up into the air. The hair screw resembles our modern-day helicopter system. Leonardo needed to know answers to some of the big questions, which each alien question had as well, the question of flight. There is no question in my mind that a person like Leonardo da Vinci most certainly asked himself the question, are we alone in the universe? And his conclusion, even at that time, was no. What was the source of Leonardo da Vinci's incredible and prophetic inventions? Were they the product of his immense genius? Or is it possible, as ancient astronaut theorists believe, that Leonardo had been influenced by an otherworldly intelligence? An intelligence he encountered in the past, or one that he possessed from within? The North Apennines, Italy. Here, in the mountains just outside Florence, the young Leonardo da Vinci spent much of his time examining the mysteries of nature.